Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, distinguished guests, respected jury members, faculty representatives, and our brilliant young speakers. Welcome to the 25th cycle, a celebration of voices, ideas, and collective action. Welcome to the Silver Jubilee. صباح الخير ضيوفنا الكرام وأعضاء لجنة التحكيم الموقرين وممثلو الهيئات الأكاديمية ومتحدثون الشباب المبدعون. نرحب بكم في اليوبيل الفضي لمسابقة الخطابة البيئية بين الكليات والجامعات في دورتها ال25. It is with great pride and immense joy that we gather here today to mark a truly historic moment, the Silver Jubilee edition of the Inter-College Environmental Public Speaking Competition. Over the past quarter century, this competition has become more than just an event. It has become a movement that encourages students to question, to imagine, and to research deeply and to speak boldly for our planet. Thank you for being part of this remarkable legacy. Welcome to the Silver Jubilee Edition. يسعدني ويشرفني أن نجتمع اليوم لنحتفل بلحظة تاريخية، اليوبيل الفضي لمسابقة الخطابة البيئية بين الكليات والجامعات. على مدى ربع قرن أصبحت هذه المسابقة أكثر من مجرد فعالية، أصبحت حركة تشجع الطلبة على التساؤل، التخيل، البحث المتعمق والتحدث بجرأة من أجل كوكبنا. هذا الإنجاز يعود لكل مشارك، موجه، متطوع، وكل مؤسسة آمنت بقوة الشباب وقدرتهم على إحداث أثر إيجابي. شكرا لكونكم جزءا من هذا الإرث الاستثنائي. مرحبا بكم في إصدار اليوبيل الفضي. This milestone celebration is made even more special today as we gather in this wonderful venue, the Higher Colleges of Technology Men's College Academic City Campus. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to HCT for graciously hosting this year's Silver Jubilee cycle. We also wish to express our sincere gratitude to Intercat Hospitality for supporting this edition as our catering sponsor for 2 days. Your partnership ensures a seamless and warm experience for all our participants and guests. احتفالا بهذا الإنجاز الكبير نتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير لكليات التقنية العليا دبي المدينة الأكاديمية على استضافتها الكريمة لدورة اليوبيل الفضي لهذا العام. كما نود أن نعرب عن امتناننا العميق لشركة انتركات هوسبيتاليتي لدعمها وكونها راعية للخدمات الغذائية لمدة يومين. شراكتكم معنا سوف تضمن تجربة سلسة ودافئة لجميع مشاركينا وضيوفنا. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly invite you to stand for the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. السيدات والسادة، اسمحوا لي أن أدعوكم جميعا للوقوف للنشيد الوطني لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. We shall embark on this auspicious day by invoking divine blessings through verses from the Holy Quran. سنبدأ هذا اليوم بآيات من القرآن الكريم.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
ألم تر أن الله يزجي سحابا ثم يؤلف بينه ثم يجعله ركاما فترى الودق يخرج من خلاله وينزل من السماء من جبال فيها من برد فيصيب به من يشاء ويصرفه عن من يشاء يكاد سنا برقه يذهب بالأبصار يقلب الله الليل والنهار إن في ذلك لعبرة لأولي الأبصار والله خلق كل دابة من ماء فمنهم من يمشي على بطنه ومنهم من يمشي على رجلين ومنهم من يمشي على أربع يخلق الله ما يشاء إن الله على كل شيء قدير.
Esteemed attendees, educators, distinguished members of the judging panel, and valued peers, I extend a cordial welcome to each of you on behalf of the Emirates Environmental Group. Thank you for your presence as we begin Day 2 of the annual Inter-College Environmental Public Speaking Competition. الحضور الكرام، أعضاء هيئة التدريس ولجنة التحكيم والطلبة الأعزاء، نيابة عن مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة أرحب بكم وأشكركم على حضوركم حيث نبدأ فعاليات اليوم الثاني من الدورة 25 لمسابقة الخطابة البيئية بين الكليات والجامعات. I am Ahmed Mohammed from the American School of Creative Science, privileged to serve as your MC for today. أنا أحمد محمد من المدرسة الأمريكية للإبداع العلمي في الشارقة. يشرفني أن أكون مقدم البرنامج اليوم. We invite you, the participants who are with us today, whether physically or virtually, to utilize the platform and to showcase your public speaking skills, to express your opinion on contemporary environmental issues, and to propose innovative solutions to bring about positive change. At EEG, we believe the youth to be the future pillars of sustainability. Therefore, EEG's goal is to empower all of you to become global leaders and steer the path to carbon neutrality and free the world of the climate crisis. ندعوكم أيها الطلبة المشاركون معنا اليوم سواء حضوريا أم افتراضيا الاستفادة من المنصة لعرض مهاراتكم في التحدث أمام الجمهور والتعبير عن آرائكم حول القضايا البيئية المعاصرة واقتراح حلول مبتكرة وإحداث تغيير إيجابي. نحن في مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة نؤمن بأن الشباب هم الركائز المستقبلية للاستدامة، ولذلك فإن هدف المجموعة هو تمكينكم جميعا من أن تصبحوا قادة عالميين لتوجيه الطريق نحو الحياد الكربوني وتحرير العالم من أزمة المناخ. Before we start, I would like to share some housekeeping notes. There are 4 emergency exits, one to the right and one exit to the left, and 2 at the center back of the auditorium. There will not be a fire drill today, so if you hear the fire alarms, please exit the auditorium safely and follow the assembly points marked in green. We also highly advise you not to use the doors while a presentation is ongoing. There will be a 1-minute gap between the team presentations, which you can use to exit the auditorium. There is also a prayer room available. Please ask EEG team for directions. Light refreshments and light lunch breaks will be held outside at the hall. There will be signage to guide you to the place. The competition is broadcast live on EEG's channel on YouTube for those who wish to view it or share it with their friends, families, institutes, or peers. قبل أن نبدأ، أود مشاركة بعض الإرشادات التنظيمية معكم. يوجد مخرجان للطوارئ على اليمين ومخرج واحد على اليسار. لن يكون هناك تمرين حريق اليوم، لذا إذا سمعتم إنذار الحريق يرجى الخروج من القاعة بأمان. يوجد هناك بابان في منتصف الجزء الخلفي من القاعة. يرجى استخدام الباب الأوسط الأيسر للدخول إلى القاعة واستخدام الباب الأوسط الأيمن للخروج من القاعة. تم وضع علامات واضحة لذلك لتجنب أي لبس. ننصحكم بشدة بعدم استخدام الأبواب أثناء العرض التقديمي. ستكون هناك دقيقة واحدة فاصلة بين العروض والتي يمكنكم استخدامها للخروج من القاعة. توجد غرفة للصلاة. من فضلكم اسألوا فريق مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة عن الاتجاهات. ستقدم المرطبات واستراحة الغداء الخفيفة خارج القاعة، وستكون هناك لافتات لإرشادكم إلى الموقع. سيتم بث المسابقة مباشرة على قناة المجموعة على يوتيوب للراغبين في مشاهدتها ومشاركتها مع أصدقائهم أو عائلاتهم أو أقرانهم. Before we commence today's proceedings, let us celebrate the triumphs of day one. Our in-house creative team has meticulously crafted a video highlighting yesterday's remarkable success. Let this visual journey set the stage for the inspiring presentations and achievements that await us today. قبل أن نبدأ اليوم، دعونا نحتفل بإنجازات اليوم الأول. قام فريقنا الإبداعي بإعداد مقطع فيديو قصير كما حدث أمس لتحفيزنا لما ينتظرنا اليوم من العروض التقديمية والإنجازات الملهمة. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Engineer Rida Salman, Permanent Member, Emirates Environmental Group, on behalf of co-founder and chairperson of Emirates Environmental Group, Ms. Habiba Al-Marashi, to give the opening address. الآن سيداتي وسادتي، من فضلكم انضموا إلي في الترحيب بالمهندس رضا سلمان، عضو دائم في مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة، نيابة عن العضو المؤسس ورئيسة المجموعة السيدة حبيبة المرعشي، لإلقاء الكلمة الافتتاحية.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. A wonderful and a bright morning to you, my dear students, respected teachers, esteemed jury members, and valued partners. It gives me an immense joy to welcome you all as we celebrate a remarkable milestone, the Silver Jubilee of the Inter-College Environmental Public Speaking Competition. For 25 years, this platform has empowered young minds to think critically, to speak boldly, and to advocate for a healthier planet. Allow me to express our sincere gratitude to the higher colleges of technology in Dubai and to His Excellency Dr. Yahya Al-Ansari, Executive Director, for graciously hosting us once again. Your steadfast support has created an ideal learning environment, one that fosters collaboration, nurtures talent, and reinforces our shared commitment to sustainability across the country, the region, and beyond. I would also like to thank Abella and Company and Intercat Hospitality for their unwavering support as we embark on this 4-day event and for providing the catering for the first 2 days. To our distinguished judges, thank you for your invaluable presence. Your expertise, unwavering dedication ensure that every presentation is evaluated with fairness, insight, and the highest professional standards. For a quarter of a century, EEG, Inter-College Environmental Public Speaking Competition, has served as a beacon of youth empowerment, a platform where thousands of students have stepped forward not only to share ideas, but to challenge norms, influence thinking, and articulate solutions for some of the world's most pressing environmental crises. What began in 1991 as a powerful vision to raise environmental awareness has grown into a national movement. With the establishment of EEG's Education Department in 2001, this movement deepened its impact, shaping countless young minds into informed and reasonable and responsible environmental stewards. Today, the world finds itself at a defining moment. Climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, and resource pressures are no longer distant warning. They are realities shaping our present. In this context, your voices, your ideas, and your leadership are more essential than ever. As we near the end of the Year of Community 2025, which was held under the theme Hand in Hand, we reaffirm our belief that youth leadership rooted in purpose, courage, and collaboration will guide us towards a more resilient and sustainable future. This year, as in tradition, we present 4 compelling themes designed to spark inquiry and inspire real-world solutions. 2 crises, 1 solution, which was yesterday, fighting climate change to save biodiversity. Today's theme, cosmetics and clothes, the environmental and socio-economic footprint. Tomorrow, rethinking green, how artificial intelligence is redefining environmental solutions. And the last theme, urbanization versus well-being, the role of sustainable cities in public health. These themes have been thoughtfully curated to align with key United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, including goals related to health, clean water, energy, innovation, economic growth, sustainable cities, responsible consumption, climate action, life below water, life on land, and global partnership. Through these topics, we aim to encourage holistic thinking and solutions that resonate with global frameworks. Dear students and faculty members, over the next 4 years, we are honored to host a vibrant gathering of participants from across the Arab world and beyond. This year, we are welcoming 85 teams representing more than 480 dedicated students, each one of you demonstrating commitment, creativity, and passion for environmental action. Last year, the highly coveted overall rolling trophy was proudly claimed by Prince Sultan University Teaching and Learning Center, Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. As we step into the Silver Jubilee, the 25th cycle, I'm excited to see which institution will rise to the occasion and secure the prestigious overall trophy in 2025. While this is a competition, it is also an opportunity, a space to learn from one another, to expand one's perspective and strengthen leadership capabilities. I encourage you to seize this moment, engage deeply, speak boldly, and embrace the diversity of ideas around you. You are not just participants, you are the architects of a more sustainable tomorrow. In yesterday's competition, we had privilege to witnessing 21 teams fueled by passion and armed with a sound scientific research, delivering robust discussion on the topic Two Cities, One Solution, Fighting Climate Change to Save Biodiversity. The winner in the first topic was the team from Prince Sultan University, scoring a total of 169 out of 200 points. I eagerly look forward to witnessing and hearing your meticulously prepared presentations today. They stand as a testament to the dedication and hard work that each of you has invested in your perspective and your respective teams. The topic of the competition today, cosmetics and clothes, the environmental and socio-economic footprint. We appreciate your cooperation and enthusiastic participation through these days. It is our priority to ensure that this program continues to provide exceptional value to all students and remains a trusted platform for youth engagement year after year. With that, let the competition begin. Thank you, and may Allah bless you all.
Thank you, Engineer Rida, for the uplifting speech, which is the perfect way to kickstart this event. شكرا للمهندس رضا سلمان على كلمتك المشجعة التي تمهد الطريق المثالي لبدء المسابقة. Every year, our commitment to maintaining the highest standards in judging remains unwavering. For this year's edition, we are privileged to have a distinguished panel of bilingual experts who have graciously accepted our invitation to evaluate the competition. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to these recognized leaders in the field of sustainability in the UAE for lending their expertise to this event. Their participation ensures a fair, equitable, and unbiased evaluation process. في كل عام يظل التزامنا بالحفاظ على أعلى معايير التحكيم ثابتاً. يشرفنا أن يكون لدينا لجنة متميزة من الخبراء ثنائي اللغة، ونعرب عن امتناننا العميق لهؤلاء القادة المرموقين في مجال الاستدامة في دولة الإمارات لتقديم خبراتهم. Ms. Dima Maroon, Engineer Rida Salman, Mr. Ashraf, and Ms. Nafisa. Respected judges, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us. It is highly appreciated. نشكر لجنة التحكيم ونقدر وقتكم الثمين وإعطائكم الأولوية لبرنامجنا. Now, dear students, it is with great anticipation that we await your presentations today. But before we delve into the insightful content you have prepared, I would like to share some essential points to ensure a smooth and organized session. والآن الطلاب الأعزاء، نحن متحمسون لسماع ما أعددتموه لنا اليوم، ولكن قبل أن ننتقل إلى العروض التقديمية أود أن أشارككم بعض النقاط الأساسية لضمان عروض سلسة ومنظمة. Behind you, there is a TV screen to show each team has been allocated exactly 10 minutes for their presentation. A gentle reminder will be sounded at the 8-minute mark, bell to be rung once. And the second bell indicates the conclusion of your allotted time, bell to be rung twice. Points will be deducted for exceeding the time limit or relying solely on reading from written material. يوجد وراءكم شاشة تلفاز توضح الوقت المسموح، حيث ستكون هناك دق جرسين أثناء التقديم. الجرس الأول يشير إلى مرور 8 دقائق، ويشير الجرس الثاني إلى انتهاء 10 دقائق. سيتم خصم النقاط لتجاوز الحد الزمني أو القراءة من المواد المكتوبة. Please adhere to the agenda and be prepared to present promptly, with only 1 minute between each presentation. If your team is next in line, kindly be seated in the second row on my right and approach the EEG team beside the stage for coordination. يرجى الانتباه على وقت عرض فريقكم والترتيب، حيث لدينا دقيقة واحدة فقط بين كل عرض تقديمي. إذا كان فريقك هو التالي، يرجى الجلوس في الصف الثاني على يميني والتواصل مع فريق مجموعة عمل الإمارات للبيئة بجانب المسرح. For virtual presenters, initiate screen sharing and activate your cameras as your team is announced. Ensure the judges can see you, as points will be deducted otherwise. بالنسبة لمقدمي العروض الافتراضية، ابدأوا أولا بمشاركة الشاشة وقوموا بتشغيل الكاميرا الخاصة بكم عند الإعلان عن فريقكم. تأكدوا من أن أعضاء لجنة التحكيم يمكنهم رؤيتكم، حيث سيتم خصم النقاط إذا لم يتمكنوا من رؤيتكم على الشاشة. We have received all presentations in advance, and amendments on the day are discouraged. Quality submissions from the start are valued, emphasizing the importance of time management and precision. لقد تلقينا جميع العروض التقديمية مسبقا، ولا نشجع إجراء تعديلات اليوم، كما نشدد على أهمية إدارة الوقت. If there are any requests for change, judges will be informed and a total of 5 points will be deducted from the total score. إذا كان هناك أي طلب لإجراء تغييرات، فسيتم إبلاغ أعضاء لجنة التحكيم وسيتم خصم إجمالي 5 نقاط من مجموع النقاط. The competition is scored out of 50 points, with each judge assessing based on clarity of speech 10 points, originality of ideas 15 points, evaluation of environmental impact and solutions 15 points, presentation of research evidence 10 points. يتم تسجيل نقاط المسابقة من أصل 50 نقطة، حيث يقوم كل محكم بتقييمها بناء على وضوح الكلام 10 نقاط، أصالة الأفكار 15 نقطة، تقييم الأثر البيئي والحلول 15 نقطة، عرض أدلة البحث 10 نقاط. Throughout the day, we will have 3 breaks: a mid-morning refreshment break, afternoon refreshment break, and a light lunch break during the judges' deliberation. سيكون لدينا 3 فترات راحة اليوم: استراحة مرطبات في منتصف الصباح، واستراحة مرطبات في فترة الظهيرة، واستراحة الغداء للاستعداد لإصدار النتائج النهائية. Now, without further delay, let us commence with the presentations on the topic of today: cosmetics and clothes, the environmental and socio-economic footprint. والآن دعونا نبدأ بالعروض التقديمية حول موضوعنا اليوم: أثر مستحضرات التجميل وصناعة الملابس على البصمة البيئية والاجتماعية والاقتصادية. Our first presenting team is from American University of Sharjah, College of Arts and Sciences, Sharjah, UAE. As they make their way to the stage, let's extend our full attention and support. The next team is from Dubai Medical University, College of Nursing, Dubai, UAE. Please come and sit on the second row.
Look at the world around us. Elegant, familiar, calm. But beneath the calm surface, something quietly lies around. What is it that you may ask? Every choice that you make every single day. We wash, we dress, we apply cosmetics like promises to the sea. Every single day because of pollution. Because pollution today isn't just pollution. And the irony is that every single thing we wear, from cosmetics to clothes, from pride to culture, represents us. They look elegant, they look stylish, they represent who we are. But why do the very things that represent us endanger the world that sustains us? Today, we, the students of the American University of Sharjah, are not just uncovering the problem, we're bringing you a solution to protect our identity, our culture, to safeguard the world we live. This is the beginning of our story.
We all know how beautiful an abaya flows. Elegant, modest, in fact, a symbol of identity in our culture. But have we ever asked ourselves, what is the cost of looking modest? What is the cost? Our oceans, our food, our land. Because sometimes what we wear to express who we are ends up impacting the very environment that sustains us. That beautiful abaya that you wear every single day is silently polluting the world around us. Why, you may ask? Because most abayas, especially the ones made of nida fabric, is actually 100% polyester. And polyester isn't just any other fabric, it's plastic, the exact same material found in water bottles. Now let's think about that for a second. We're constantly being taught to recycle our plastic bottles because we know how harmful they are. But in reality, the exact same fabric that we wear every single day is made of that same plastic. So we've become so focused on recycling plastic bottles that we forgot we're literally wrapping ourselves in thousands of them every single day. Now imagine this. You toss your favorite abaya in the washing machine. Clean, fresh, dry, ready for tomorrow. But what you don't see is literally thousands and thousands of tiny microplastics breaking off with every single wash. These microfibers slip through filters, flow into pipes, and end up where? In our oceans, in the very waters we love, we fish and we eat from. So they may be out of sight, but never and never out of our ecosystem. Research shows that these microfibers travel far across oceans, air, and land. In the oceans and in the seas, they're eaten by fish and marine life. In the air, they're carried by dust. And yes, we do breathe them in. And through the food chain, they come right back to us, found in seafood, salt, and even bottled water. And no, it does not stop here. Producing polyester abayas means higher energy, carbon emissions, and chemical runoff. So every single stage, ranging from fabric production to dyeing, leaves a carbon and a water footprint behind. All just so we can wear something that's beautiful.
Now, moving on to the fast fashion industry, let's start by looking at what lies beneath the glossy surface. The entire industry is built on three main pillars: cheap labor, cheap materials, and cheap real estate. These pillars enable high production and low prices, but they are also complicit in forming a global system that violates environmental, economic, and social standards. Now, as academics and scholars explain, fast fashion sustains itself through exploitation. It thrives on a cycle of overproduction and overconsumption, creating a ripple effect that harms entire communities, ecosystems, and economies. Environmentally, the numbers are shocking. Around 80 billion new pieces of clothing are purchased every year, where most of them end up in landfills and may take over 2 centuries to decompose. Producing all of that clothing requires 93 billion cubic meters of water annually, enough water to sustain over 5 million people annually. Where textile dyeing also causes up to 20% of harmful industrial pollution and may lead to the leaching of harmful pollutants into the oceans and thus humans' immune systems. Now, socially, fast fashion relies on exploited labor. Workers, mostly women and children, endure long hours, poor wages, and poor factory conditions. the Rana Plaza collapse in 2013, where over 1,100 workers were killed, is a prime example of these harmful conditions. Moreover, gender inequality and child labor remain widespread. Now, economically, the story is mixed. Developed nations have lost millions of textile jobs, while developing nations have gained some employment prospects, but still have poor labor laws and low wages. All in all, the cons outweigh the pros and have led to local businesses losing profit. So the next time we see a 20 dirham shirt, we must ask ourselves if the planet and its people are paying the real price. Is it truly cheap?
We scroll, we like, we follow. We're told what's trending, what's glowy, what's a must-have. But beneath the glow, there's a different kind of story. Here in the UAE, where the sun is part of our everyday life, skincare isn't just a routine, it's a necessity. According to recent UAE market data, half of the population uses facial serums daily. 30% never leave home without sunscreen, a product meant to protect us, yes, but often packed with coral bleaching chemicals, and lip gloss adding up to mountains of plastic waste each year. But if there's one product that perfectly captures the complexity of beauty and the environment, it's sunscreen. Because to understand it, we need to understand why we ever needed it in the first place. Let me take you back to 150 million years ago. Our ancestors didn't need sunscreen. The ozone layer naturally protected us from the harmful UV rays. But as time went on and industries grew, factories began releasing greenhouse gases and CFCs into the air. These gases slowly thinned the ozone layer, causing stronger UV radiation to reach us. So in response, we created an artificial layer of protection, sunscreen, to replace the one we damaged. But those same chemicals in sunscreen actually contribute to ozone depletion. So the cycle continues. Stronger UV rays, more sunscreen use, more chemicals, more damage. That's the paradox. The product meant to protect us is now part of the problem. Have you ever turned your product around and actually looked at the ingredients list? No, and that's the problem. We lack knowledge to see the real impact. Here are only a few of the most damaging ones, causing development issues in children, fertility issues, breast cancer. Now, how do these chemicals actually enter our bodies? They travel through our drains, our water waste systems that can't filter them out. From there, flow into rivers and oceans, and eventually circle right back to us through the food we eat and the water we drink. What began as skincare becomes part of our ecosystem and part of us.
We have seen how our everyday actions, from clothes to cosmetics, quietly harm our planet. But change begins with awareness, and action begins with innovation. Our team wanted to turn guilt into empowerment, to make sustainability easy, local, and rewarding. That's where Tajdeed comes in, our AI-powered solution towards conscious consumption. We're not just towards conscious consumption. Tajdeed isn't just another thrift app. It's a movement combining technology with purpose. With our location finder, you can locate the nearest donation bins and thrift stores. Our AI chatbot becomes your eco-friendly fashion buddy, just one WhatsApp message away. The carbon and water tracker allows you to track your footprint after every thrift. And with our revolutionary Spectra scan, you can scan the quality of fabric, make a sound judgment before you buy it. Unlike regular resale apps, Tajdeed adds that missing layer of consciousness. We personalize your journey, not just to buy or sell, but to track, to learn, and to improve. Every action on Tajdeed connects you to your environmental footprint. Tajdeed fulfills UN SDGs 11, 12, 13, and 17. We're not just building an app, we're creating a model that encourages real behavioral change. Tajdeed means renewal.
Renewing how we buy.
Renewing how we value what we wear.
Renewing the impact our choices leave behind.
Tajdeed isn't just an app, it's how we can change the world. So are you in? Thank you.
I would like to call on the next university, Dubai Medical University, College of Nursing, Dubai, UAE. The next team is from Symbiosis International University, General Education, Dubai, UAE. Please come and sit on the second row.
It's my honor to represent DMU, Dubai Medical University. Our team is composed of Yara Muwafaq,
Lamar Muwafaq,
Zainab Lal,
Aisha Gulab.
and Aisha Zeeb.
Together, we are pleasant to represent our research on cosmetics and fashion, their global socio-economic impact and environmental footprint. We chose this topic because cosmetics and fashion are essential aspects of our daily life. They allow us to express ourselves and reflect our identity. Through this presentation, we aim to explore how cosmetics and fashion industry affect both people and our planet. This presentation will highly import the problem and the challenges, solutions, and the prototype.
Okay, so I'm going to be talking about the negative footprint of our clothes and cosmetics on our environment. So, our clothes and cosmetics generate over 120 billion tons of waste annually. These industries are responsible for around 10% of global carbon emission worldwide. 14,000 tons of sunscreen is washed up in our water bodies each year, negatively affecting our coral reefs. We throw around 92 million tons of clothes each year, and from that, only 12% of it is recycled. The global production of fiber has doubled since the last 2 decades, and it is projected to reach 147 million tons by 2030. Now we're going to talk about the SDGs that align with our topic. SDG 6, clean water and sanitization. The goal is to stop pollution and stop chemical dumping in our water bodies.
SDG 12, responsible conservation and production, emphasize reusing and recycling sustainable equipment.
SDG 14, life below water. It addresses to protect our aquatic system by saving them from the toxic waste that is dumped in the oceans every year.
Life on land. Life on land. Remind us to protect, emphasize, and altogether SDG guide us together to create new responsible and consumer habits.
Now we're going to talk about sunscreen. The most sunscreen sold in market contain chemicals that disrupt the marine ecosystem. Firstly, we're going to talk about the oxybenzone. Oxybenzone is a chemical filter used to absorb UV rays, but it causes coral bleaching. Next up, we have octinoxate. It disrupts the growth of zooxanthellae, which is what the corals consume. Lastly, we have octocrylene. Octocrylene is quite a stable UV filter, but It accumulates in the water bodies over time, which leads to oxidative stress in the corals. What can we do to reduce the harm? We can use reef-safe sunscreen with minerals as zinc oxide. We can promote eco-labeling, and the government should regulate the amount and type of chemicals used in such productions. There's something very beautiful I would like to share with you. In the year 2019, Palau became the first country to ban use of reef toxic sunscreen. Following in the footsteps, in January of 2021, Hawaii banned use and sale of sunscreen with oxybenzone and octinoxate.
Imagine with me piles of old clothes sitting in landfills. But now, picture them reborn as stylish, sustainable tote bags. That's what our project does, supporting SDG 15, Life on Land. By reusing fabrics, we reduce land pollution and protect soil and wildlife. It also promotes sustainable consumption, turning the old into something new. Fashion that's good for the planet and looks good too. The DMU Fashion app will support this idea by helping users find eco-friendly products and learn more about sustainable materials. It encourages more reasonable shopping habits while making sustainability simple and accessible to everyone. Another key principle we have is the 3 R's: reduce, recycle, repair. We can reduce textile waste by recycling old clothes and repairing more textiles instead of throwing them away. Giving clothes a second life will help cut down the amount that will end up in landfills. By transforming old clothes into tote bags made from sustainable materials, we give old fabrics a new life, a new purpose. Our tote bags are sturdy and stylish, so people don't have to constantly buy new ones. It's about combining creativity and responsibility, making something trendy that will last for long. Our tote bags use sustainable fabrics, for example, banana fiber, recycled polyester, recycled cotton, and jute. These materials are kind to the earth, biodegradable, durable, and waste-reducing. So every bag we create doesn't just carry things, it carries a message that fashion can in fact protect life on land, one stitch at a time. This table shows the top fabric suppliers in 2025 who offer sustainable fabrics we plan to use in our project.
In this video, our team is working together. Our team is working together on a sustainable tote bag. We started by sketching our designs and cutting our fabric. While working with the jeans material, we had a problem. The thread kept coming off. To fix it, we used a polyester material which gives it a strong shape. We are proud for the final results, and it was a really great teamwork.
Cosmetic has become an essential part of our life. But have you ever wondered what happens to the waste after you're done with it? Well, it becomes every type of pollution you can name. At DMU Fashion, we are aiming to change this problem into something useful. We are partnering with Kennot, a British company that transforms waste into something useful, eco-friendly bricks. It has been found those bricks are much more stronger than your regular bricks. Along with collecting pre-loved clothes, we will be collecting waste of cosmetics which are hard and then delivering it to Kennot campus in Dubai, where they will do their own magic. Thanks to this initiative, it has already transformed over 484,000 kilograms of waste and has prevented over 101,000 kilograms of carbon emission. That's like taking off 20,000 cars off a road for 1 year. Now, let's shift the gears to something tiny but mighty, microplastic. Microplastic causes a lot of damage. It is accumulating in the water system and also land. Well, don't worry. We have PLA. PLA is a biodegradable material unlike your traditional plastic. It is formed from natural compound like cornstarch. On the other hand, we have peptine for our fabrics. We apply it on the fabric, which reduces microplastic up to 90% during wash. And if you're worried where to get those, don't worry. You can access them on our website and they're affordable. Also, you can go to direct shops like MicroLSUE and Pamemo and Classico. They afford cheap and free delivery for you.
Current trades and global fiber and production, the current trades and textile approval and sustainable fabrics and conservation are recycle economic principles and sustainable economic. For this graph, they show that the amount global production has increased from 2000 to 2023 at amount of 125 million tons. And the next graph shows the increasing amount of natural fiber trends that has increased in 125 million tons.
Thank you so much. The next slide shows our references. Thank you, judges.
I would like to call on the next university, Symbiosis International University, General Education, Dubai, UAE. The next team is from King Abdulaziz University, Friends of the Environment Club, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Before we begin, I have a question for everybody. Have you ever wondered what really happens before your t-shirt enters the closet or your lipstick reaches the purse? Every outfit you wear or every beauty product that you use has a hidden story. And today we're going to uncover it. Good morning, everyone. I'm Hadiya. In this presentation, we're going to be looking at the environmental impact, consumer behavior, worker challenges, and what real sustainability looks like. We're going to be talking about two influential parts of our lives. One is clothing and cosmetics. These industries, they help us express ourselves, create trends, and provide jobs to millions of people. But behind all the style, there is also a side that we often don't see. Making products and clothing materials, they involve the use of huge amount of energy, water, and natural resources. They cause pollution, carbon emissions, and a ton of waste. Fast fashion is worn a few times and thrown away. The beauty products are packaged in plastic that ends up in landfills. These small choices that we make, they create a large impact. There is also a human side to this. The workers that create or produce these products, they face low pays. These are challenges that the workers face. Low pays, unsafe conditions, and long hours of work. Meanwhile, the big brands, they enjoy and they earn huge profit, while the workers, they earn very little. So next, we have the consumer behavior. Our buying habits make things worse. Fast fashion and fast beauty, they encourage us to buy more and more. And if you look at the trends nowadays, it changes so rapidly, and social media forces and pushes us to keep up. But this is not the right thing to do. Some brands, they do improve by adopting eco-friendly materials, ethical labor, and recyclable packaging. But we must be aware of one big challenge, that is greenwashing. Greenwashing is when the brands, they pretend to be sustainable just for marketing. Over to you, Nathaniel.
Thank you so much, Hadia. Well, my name is Nathaniel, and I'll be emphasizing on what greenwashing exactly is. Greenwashing is something that we see in our day-to-day life, yet we fail to realize or recognize what it exactly is. Greenwashing is a form of deceptive marketing used by companies or brands to falsely portray their products as sustainably friendly or environmentally friendly, even though they do not match the sustainable needs or the processes. And hence, they give themselves this term as positive eco-image. But what are some of the common forms of deception that these brands or companies display so that the people think it's authentic? Number one is using vague or misleading terms like eco-friendly, environmental, sustainable, trees, plants, leaves. These terms, although sound authentic, are not proven, nor are they certified. Point number two is selective disclosure, in which a brand or a company, they only highlight their positive achievements. They do not show and they hide their negative impacts, like uneven wages, unethical labor, or even excessive use of water. Our third point is when these brands or companies use third-party non-ethical certification, which is not valid and does not prove to be authentic. Our fifth point is green imagery. This is when a product is packaged in such a way that it seems appealing to the public. They think it's natural, they think it's authentic, and hence they buy it. So what is a solution to this problem? We know that people out there, they are blinded by the packaging and they have no awareness or any sort of understanding what it exactly is. And hence, our solution is to raise awareness through social media, since that is the most used platform. We want to make sure that people do not just buy something that is not authentic. They buy something that makes sense and that proves to be sustainable and environmental. Over to you, Hadia. Share.
Thank you, Nathaniel. In addition to Nathaniel's points, I'd like to add on that companies such as H&M, they use scientific jargon to improve their marketing campaign to get consumers that actually care about the environment to buy their phony products. But are they really conscious? In 2019, H&M they launched a new collection called the Conscious Collection, and it isn't really conscious about the environment because critics argue that the whole model of H&M is based on fast fashion. And this fast fashion model has proven to show that it only leads to negative remarks about the environment. And the next point is about a company that is actually doing something good. And their name is Earth Positive. They have been able to reduce their carbon emissions by 90%, and this is a good thing. But in the end, no company is actually able to have zero carbon emissions because if you think about it, every single person who even breathes or exhales releases carbon dioxide, and that contributes to your carbon footprint. And I'd like to conclude by saying that it is of utmost a priority of everyone to think about what they're buying, to do some research before you actually go ahead and buy something so that you do something better for the environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shreya, for the insightful case study that you have. So, as we come to the close of this presentation, I have one question for you guys. How impactful is clothes and cosmetics to our environment? Now just imagine, every day we wear clothes. Every day we put on some cosmetics on our face, on our body. And if I'm being very honest, it has a huge impact. From From excessive water usage on cotton farming and from excessive water usage on cotton farming to I'm so sorry. Our solution is not a product, but it is to empower, to basically
So to continue after Adnan, our conclusion basically is not to sell a product, not to sell a brand, not to sell an app, but to make known to people that social media is at a platform where we can encourage people, we can advise them, we can guide them into buying something that is useful. We aim at developing a certain platform on social media, on Instagram, on LinkedIn, where we encourage people, we tell them what to buy and how to buy exactly, how to identify what is authentic and what is not. And if they are aware about that, there's going to be no greenwashing that's going to occur, and we are going to have a sustainable country. Thank you so much.
I would like to call on the next university, King Abdulaziz University, Friends of the Environment Club. The next team is from Ajman University College of Dentistry, Ajman, UAE. Please sit in the second row.
وسن تعبت من إنفاقي الشديد للمال. أصبحت أرى قيمتي كإنسانة مربوطة بالأشياء التي أقتنيها، ليس بقيمتي أنا كغدي. هل أنا الوحيدة التي أشعر بهذا الشعور أم أنت أيضا؟
بالفعل لقد مررت بهذا الواقع مسبقا، إلى أن اصطدمت بواقع صادم جعلني أتوقف.
وما هو هذا الواقع؟
الآن ستعلمين.
قبل أن نشكو من اختناق الأرض لنطرح سؤالا أولا: من الذي خنقها؟ ففي اللحظة نفسها التي أحدثكم فيها يوجد آلاف الأسباب التي تلحق الضرر بكوكبنا الآن. وحين أقول أسبابا يتبادر إلى الأذهان المصانع وعوادم السيارات والمغلفات غير المستدامة، ولكن نغفل غالبا عن ذكر الإنسان نفسه. فمن بين أكثر السلوكيات البشرية تأثيراً على كوكبنا يبرز الاستهلاك المفرط الذي تجاوز كونه سلوكاً فردياً ليصبح أزمة عالمية تمس البيئة والاقتصاد والمجتمع.
ومن الإنسان وسلوكه نقف أمام جانب أشد صدمة. ففي عالم يتغنى بالتقدم والرحمة لا تزال الحقيقة مؤلمة. فعندما نحيا وسط حضارة ترفع شعارات الرحمة والوعي، ما زالت بعض المختبرات في الكثير من الدول تمارس أبشع التجارب على الحيوانات باسم الجمال. بعض دول العالم ما زالت تسمح بإجراء التجارب عليها، وبينما تتراجع بعض الدول تواصل أخرى السماح بها. بحسب دراسة قامت بها أوليفيا يونغ من جامعة أوهايو خبيرة في الحياة الخضراء، لتترك آلاف الكائنات لموت بطيء وتشوهات موجعة، وكأن صمت العالم غطاء لمعاناتها. ومثلما تستنزف حياة الكائنات في سبيل منتج واحد، تستنزف العديد من موارد الأرض في سبيل مظهر زائف من الرفاهية. فبينما ننشغل بهذه المظاهر تسارع عجلة الاستهلاك، فتجتاح صناعة الملابس السريعة كوكبنا بلا رحمة. إذ تنتج الشركات نسخا مقلدة من الموضة لتلبي رغبة المستهلكين في مواكبة الجديد، فتلتهم الموارد بلا توقف. وهكذا تتحول الأناقة الزائفة إلى عبء بيئي يهدد حياتنا.
من هنا نعود لنكشف البعد الاجتماعي خلف هذه الأزمة، فما بين الموارد التي تستنزف بلا رحمة والعقول التي تستهلك بلا وعي نقف على عتبة أزمة حقيقية مهلكة. فخلف بريق العلامات الفاخرة معايير لا تراها الأعين، لكنها تقاس بمن يمتلكها. تحولت هذه العلامات إلى مؤشر للمكانة الاجتماعية، تخلق فجوة طبقية بين من تلمع صورته بشعار صغير على حقيبة فاخرة، وبين من ينظر إليه بازدراء لأنه لا يمتلكها. إنها ليست مجرد رموز للأناقة، بل أصبحت موازين تقاس بها القيمة الإنسانية. ومع هذا الانصياع الأعمى يدفع الناس ثمنا نفسيا واجتماعيا باهظا، حيث تشير دراسة من بوسطن الاستشارية وورث الإعلامية إلى أن 63% من جيل الألفية الأمريكيين الذين يشترون السلع الفاخرة للتعبير عن إنجازاتهم، بينما يشعر 70% بالقلق من صورتهم الاجتماعية إن لم يمتلكوها. وهنا يتجلى السؤال الحقيقي: هل أصبحت العلامات الفاخرة وسوما تحدد من نكون؟ أم أن وعينا بما وراءها من أساليب مضلة هو ما يصنع قيمتنا الحقيقية؟
ولأن لكل تصرف ضريبة وتبعات، أصبح الاستهلاك المفرط أشبه بالنهم الذي لا يشبع. تتكدس خلف المظاهر المبهرة أكوام من المشتريات الزائدة على رفوفنا، تتجاوز حاجتنا الفعلية بدافع إرضاء الصورة الاجتماعية. ضغوط مالية ونفايات هائلة تتراكم تكلف الدول أعباء مالية لمعالجتها. نحن نخشى الخطر لكننا لا ندرك أننا مصدره، وفي ظل هذا الواقع نجد أنفسنا أمام معادلة طردية واضحة. فكلما زادت العلامات التجارية غير المستدامة وتزايد مستهلكوها سيزداد وزن تأثيرها البيئي، ومع زيادة هذا التأثير ستتعرض بيئتنا لمزيد من التلوث ما لم نفعل شيئا.
ومع ذلك ما زال الأمل قائما، وقد لامسناه بأيدينا عند زيارتنا لعلامة تجارية سعودية محلية تقدم منتجات نباتية مستدامة قابلة لإعادة التدوير، آمنة على الإنسان، ومرخصة رسميا. رأينا كيف يمكن للجمال أن يكون مسؤولا، وكيف يمكن للمنتج أن يكون ناعما على الإنسان دون أن يكون قاسيا على الأرض. ومن هناك أدركنا أن الحل يبدأ منا نحن،
من اختياراتنا اليومية، ومن رفضنا للشراء بدافع المظاهر،
ومن دعمنا للشركات التي تنتج بوعي ومسؤولية.
فحين نعيد توجيه التسويق ليركز على الجودة والاستدامة لا على الرفاهية، وحين تلتزم الشركات بتبني المسؤولية البيئية والاجتماعية عبر سن تشريعات صارمة، نكون قد خطونا أول خطوة في طريق الإصلاح. وحين نغرس في أطفالنا مفاهيم الاستهلاك الواعي منذ الصغر من خلال مناهجهم التعليمية، نضمن جيلا لا تغريه الأسماء بقدر ما تلهمه القيم.
وتدعيما للجهود السابقة نطرح لكم رونق، منصة رقمية متكاملة تجمع بين المستهلك الواعي والعلامات التجارية المسؤولة، ترتكز على شراكات مستدامة تقدم منتجات صديقة للبيئة بأسعار عادلة. وعندما تكون هذه الشراكات محلية فإننا لا نحقق الاستدامة البيئية فحسب، بل ندعم اقتصادنا الوطني أيضا. تحتوي المنصة على خاصية المسح بالباركود مدعوما بالذكاء الاصطناعي، والذي يمكن المستهلك من معرفة الأثر البيئي لأي منتج، بما في ذلك عدم تجريبه على الحيوانات ونسبة المواد الكيميائية فيه ومدى قابليته لإعادة التدوير. بذلك نمنح المستهلك فرصة ليرى ما وراء الرفوف.
كما تحفز المنصة المستهلكين عبر نظام مكافآت ذكي يعتمد على تتبع سلوكهم الشرائي الإيجابي، وتشمل أيضاً صفحة توعوية تعرض أخباراً ومقالات بيئية. ولضمان المصداقية والشفافية ستسعى المنصة للحصول على اعتماد رسمي من الجهات الحكومية.
عندما تصبح المبادرات واقعاً نقترب من مجتمع أعدل وأوعى يضع الإنسان والبيئة في قلب اختياره. فنحن بحاجة إلى عمل جماعي لنصنع معاً تأثيراً جماعياً. فلنجعل كل يوم هو يوم للبيئة من خلال استهلاكنا المتزن. وهنا تجدون مصادرنا. كان معكم غدي العتيبي،
فرح يحيى،
وسن الزهراني
من جامعة الملك عبد العزيز.
I would like to call on the next university, Ajman University College of Dentistry, Ajman, UAE. The next team is from the University of Sharjah, Department of Environmental Health Sciences, Sharjah, UAE. Please come and sit on the first row.
There's no need for a mic? How many of you? 4. It's okay, this is better to talk. Use this. 2 of you can use this and then they can use the mic. Yeah, it's better to use the mics. No, I'll use this actually, it's fine. So good like this. You can put it in my pocket as well. I can put it in my pocket? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah.
This shirt looks simple, right? But what if I told you it's thirsty? Very thirsty.
It's so thirsty to the point that it takes 2,700 liters of water just to make one simple cotton shirt.
That's like this much water, but multiplied by thousands of times.
Enough water for one person to drink for 2.5 years is for just one piece of clothing.
Now imagine the global scale. Millions of shirts, millions of faces behind them, and an environment paying the price.
Oh my God, look at this shirt. Cute, comfy, and affordable.
Wow, amazing.
Who wouldn't want this in their wardrobe?
But what if the price tag doesn't tell the whole story? The website shows beauty, but what it hides is the real cost on our environment and those who make our products.
Cheap for us, deadly for them.
We often only look at the price tag, but we rarely stop to ask, what does it really cost?
Let's start with the first hidden cost, the environmental impact.
About 25% of global deforestation is caused by the clearing of land for materials like timber, soy, cattle, and palm oil. This clearing of land is responsible for nearly 30% of carbon emissions since the year 1850. Now, if we lose our forests, we lose a major climate protector, as forests 2 billion tons of carbon yearly. Textile dyeing and finishing are responsible for heavily polluting our oceans and rivers, as they allow toxic materials like chromium and toxic chemicals enter our rivers, untreated, contaminating sediments and drinking water sources. Synthetic fibers like polyester and nylon shed microfibers when washed or worn. These fibers accumulate and aggregate in our oceans and negatively impact our marine life.
Based on our research, we have concluded that carbon emissions have increased with time and are projected to increase even higher in the upcoming years.
Not only does this industry impact the environment, but the wildlife living in it. Forests are home to so many animals, giving them food, shelter, and safety. But every year, over 200 million trees are cut down for materials used in fabrics and cosmetics. If forests disappear, animals lose their homes, and many struggle to survive, which will lead to a big decrease in biodiversity.
In 2015, a video of a sea turtle with a plastic straw in its nose started the Save the Turtles campaign. Plastic ingestion in green turtles had risen from 32% in the 1980s to 65% by 2019, and over half of all sea turtles has plastics in their stomachs. There is also a darker side to cosmetics that doesn't happen in forests or in oceans, but in laboratories, where about 500,000 animals like rabbits and mice are tested each year, causing them pain, suffering, and sometimes death.
Finally, every year over 5 billion animals are used for their leather, fur, cotton, feathers, which will lead to also a decrease in biodiversity. Take a look at this graph. We can clearly see a decrease in the LPI index, which indicates a decrease in biodiversity. Not only that, it also indicates that the population of animals will decrease with time. Guys! Sorry, everyone, please, just excuse me for a moment, but is everything okay?
Yeah, I was just telling him that I've been feeling really insecure lately. Like I keep thinking about how I look on camera, or if people will judge what I'm wearing.
Same here. No matter what I wear, I feel like I'm never good enough.
And this right here is another kind of impact. The one we don't see in factories or forests, but in ourselves. In the UK, 1 in 3 adults feel low, 1 in 5 feel shame, and 13% have suicidal thoughts linked to body image. Advertising worsens this. About half of women feel pressured to wear makeup, and over 30% of women feel anxious without it. Beauty standards push people to chase approval rather than self-expression, creating constant pressure to look perfect. Behind these products lies the workers who are facing dangerous conditions, toxic chemicals, and exploitation. The 2013 Rana Plaza collapse, which killed over 1,100 workers, have exposed the deadly cost of fast fashion. Such tragedy shows how profit is often prioritized over people. And let's not forget about those children involved in mica mining for cosmetics that are risking their lives daily, trapped in cycles of poverty and exploitations, facing dangerous conditions, poor pay, and no access to education. Beauty built on suffering is no beauty at all. Let's take a look at these two images. They're the same picture, but one of them is heavily edited to show a perfect, flawless image, something created to make us want to. This manipulation creates unrealistic beauty standards and masks the realities of those who make our products. But I'm wondering, how can we resolve such issues?
I have an idea. We can start by enforcing government regulations, such as frequent inspections and global standards to reduce exploitations. Together, we can push this industry towards fair wages, safety, and human dignity. We can also invest in sustainable and biodegradable textiles. For example, in Italy, Orange Fiber is a company that utilizes the discarded orange peels from the juice industry. But how, you may ask? They start by extracting the cellulose from these peels, spinning them to a soft silk-like textile. This not only shows that fashion can be beautiful, and it can also go in a circular, it can also lead to circular fashion.
We would also like to transition to a circular economy like the company Fabric, which takes old clothes and turns them into bricks used in construction and or soundproofing. The way they do this is simple. They take these old textiles and fabrics and combine them with a bio-based glue and compress them into bricks. They take nearly 2 kilos of clothes per brick, and since the year 2019 they have upcycled over 100 tons of textiles.
We should also ensure responsible advertising, meaning that companies should be honest about the true impact of their products. They should stop pushing unrealistic beauty standards and overconsumption through misleading ads and greenwashing. But if these companies refuse to take action, it's important to remember that us, as consumers, have way more power than we think. By practicing mindful consumption, we can choose to only buy what we truly need, not just what we want. We could also go back to our ancestral beauty practices that relied into simple, natural ingredients, such as henna for hair and body art, turmeric for skincare, olive oil for moisturizing, and natural pigments from berries and beetroots for lip and cheek color. Such traditions remind us that beauty doesn't require constant buying or synthetic chemicals. They can easily come from simple, eco-friendly choices.
Finally, when trends like Labubu go viral, people rush to buy it without thinking about the impact. But when we explain how these trends create waste and affect the environment, people start to make better choices. Helping others understand the real effects behind these sudden trends can encourage everyone to slow down, think first, and avoid buying things just because they're popular. This chart shows that almost every product we use, from t-shirts to lipsticks, has a sustainable alternative. For example, instead of fast fashion brands like Shein, which is often linked to poor labor practices and heavy waste, we can choose eco-friendly options like the Giving Movement, which is a UAE-based brand that uses recycled materials and supports charity. Small swaps like this can make a huge difference.
To sum up everything we've said so far, we created a short video to convey our message a bit better.
Oh my god, Jen, did you see the new collection? I want to buy this one so bad. It's nice, but I'm confused. Don't you already have like most of them? Yeah, I know. But what's the harm in buying another one? No one's gonna get hurt. They're literally so pretty. Wallah, I need this.
Do you know who buys your lipstick?
Do you know what's hidden behind that perfect shirt?
Do you know the story behind every discount?
Do you know what these industries really hide from you?
Now you do.
Thank you.
I would like to call on the next university, University of Sharjah, Department of Environmental Health Sciences, Sharjah, UAE.
I put it in my pocket.
It's video, right?
Yeah, video.
Since ancient times, humanity has lived in harmony with itself, self-reliant, drawing from the land and the hands that shaped it. Clothing then was more than fabric. It was a story stitched with meaning, carrying the tales, customs, and spirit of its people, passed down from one generation to the next.
Wow, that's so pretty, Reem. I hope it looks sustainable enough to capture the spotlights tonight. You know, this event is different from the usual red carpet.
Nisreen, trust me, with this cruelty-free glam, even the stars would cheer for you tonight.
And the outfits, I made it using recycled materials. Low impact, but still stylish.
Oh, girls, I've been learning a lot while preparing for this. It's kind of shocking how much waste comes from this industry.
Yeah, people don't realize how much our daily beauty routine can cause and damage if we are not responsible.
Same with fashion. But small changes make a difference, even just choosing better materials.
And being part of tonight's sustainable red carpet make me feel like I'm not just walking our way, but walking for the entire planet.
Nisreen, it's nearly time to go. Let's show them how beauty can coexist harmoniously with nature.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this year's Sustainable Runway, where fashion meets sustainability. And this isn't just a runway. It's a movement redefining beauty, ethics, and the future of fashion.
Thanks, Nora, and what an opening. Tonight's theme is cosmetic and clothes, environmental and socio-economic footprint. Every celebrity will be serving more than just a style. Their entire look will be measured against sustainability goals.
That's right, Mariam. It's not just about what you wear, but how it was made and what impact it leaves behind.
And our job is to ask tough questions. Let's meet our first celebrity.
Nisreen, your gown looks stunning. Tell us more about your look.
Thanks, Noura. My outfit is designed by my fashion designer, Noor, while my makeup is done by Reem, my makeup artist. Both focus on using sustainable materials and cruelty-free products, and that's why I always choose them.
This is really interesting, Nisreen. You see, fashion and beauty have come a long way, but unfortunately, they have contributed to some serious environmental challenges, like the huge amount of waste.
Absolutely. Did you know that according to Earth Organization, 92 million tons of textile end up in environment every year?
Yeah, and this is equivalent to a waste truck full of clothes ending up in a landfill site every second.
I can imagine them all being piled up, forming a mountain of textile. What could be their environmental impact?
Actually, it gets incinerated. Burning textiles, especially those made from synthetic materials or treated with chemicals and dyes, releases tons of pollutants into the atmosphere.
That's why I styled Nisreen's look with eco-friendly fabrics, a recycling take-back scheme, and a slower fashion twist. So instead of a one-time glam, this outfit transforms into 3 different looks.
And as a fashion and nature lover, that way I feel less guilty and more active in climate action.
That's brilliant. But Noor, I wonder behind all these, are we make sure that the people who stitch our clothes get treated kindly?
My work values every person in the chain. That's why I choose fair trade fabrics and ethical production. This way, the one who wears it carries a story of love and fairness, and not one of injustice and harm.
Beautifully said, Noor. But we can't forget the ones who never get a chance to speak. The animals. Did you know that around 5 billion animals are at risk each year due to fashion industry practices alone?
Whoa, that's massive. Noor, in your design, did you tackle this problem by using synthetic leather?
No, I avoided using regular synthetic leather because most of it takes 500 to 1,000 years to biodegrade.
Instead, I use materials that are biodegradable and cruelty-free, like kasha fur.
Yes, that's the answer I was waiting for. Many people think that synthetic fur is the solution. And what seems like one, achieved the problem, reducing animal harm, but piling up waste into landfill.
So, Nasreen, I'm wondering, what about your makeup look? The ugly secret of the beauty industry is that the animals often have chemicals forced down their throats, dripped into their eyes, or smeared onto their skin, all to test if products are safe for humans.
And even with all the advancement in cruelty-free testing, 80% of countries still allow it. That's the most devastating part, which makes us realize how much work is still needed for ethical beauty. Exactly. That's why every product I use is cruelty-free. No animal suffers for our cosmetics. Every blush, lipstick, and eyeshadow is safe and sustainable. Not just for us, but for the planet, from the forest to the oceans.
Speaking of the oceans, did you know that often the ingredients used in cosmetics end up in aquatic environment? A study estimates that 3,000 to 5,000 tons of cosmetic derived end up in aquatic environment every year.
Even glittery highlighters can cost innocent marine animals their lives.
Unfortunately, around 80 to 90% of cosmetic products contain measurable microplastics, which caused me a struggle at finding a solution when I first started my career. But currently, research on cosmetics evolves every single day, and we are continuously searching for eco-friendly and biodegradable substitutes.
But Reem, microplastics are not the only problem. Cosmetics contain harmful chemicals.
That's right, Mariam. These chemicals enter water bodies through wastewater discharge, reducing water quality, harming fish, and disrupting aquatic food webs.
That's why researchers are looking at the ocean itself for answers. Many marine organisms like sponges, algae, and marine microbes produce natural compounds that can replace synthetic chemicals in cosmetics.
This supports SDG 14, which calls for the conservation and sustainable use of the oceans, seas, and marine resources.
That's right, Nora. We can meet the demand for effective cosmetics while maintaining water quality by developing these marine dried products through aquaculture, sustainable harvesting, and eco-friendly production.
Oh, look like even beauty has a responsibility to go green.
And if we want to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius according to the IPCC critical threshold, then even what we wear and what we use must change from clothes to cosmetics.
Tonight isn't just about fashion or beauty. It's about remembering that what we choose to wear and use carries a story. A story that can either harm or heal. It might seem impossible to change, yet the earth proves all things are possible. Each drop of water can create an ocean. And if I turns into we, earth illness becomes wellness. Oh me, oh earth, we exist as much as we destroy, as much as we can repair, rebuild, and flourish. And the powerful play goes on, and you may contribute a verse.
And the powerful play goes on, and you may contribute a verse. So what will your verse be?
Our next university is from the National University College of Pharmacy, Sultanate of Oman. They will be joining us virtually today.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning for all. We are the team from the National University of Science and Technology from the College of the Pharmacy in the Oman. We choose the environmental and socio-economic footprint of the cosmetic and clothes because we as a pharmacist, we don't don't only care about the medicine, we care about the planet, we care about the people and also the future. What if the shirt you are wearing and the lipstick you love were silently harming the plants? Every choice we make and every outfit and every product leave a mark. But what if beauty could heal instead of harm? Now, starting with the environmental impact, the beauty and fashion considering as the two largest polluter in the world. Starting with the clothes, the clothes affecting the environment in many ways, making the clothes using a lot of energy, water, and chemicals. Imagine that it takes 7,000 liters of water to create only one cotton t-shirt. Also, the synthetic fabrics like polyesters, it's releasing microplastic. This microplastic, it is a small, tiny particles which is remain for a years not breaking down. So after washing of these clothes, the microplastic it will be released and it will create a pollution. The fast fashion it will creating a lot of waste because the clothes are thrown away quickly, and the dyes which is using to coloring of these clothes in the factories can pollute rivers and the oceans. Even the medical uniforms like lab coats and the scrubs may carry germs and bacteria. And these germs and bacteria, which is being born after after the clinics and the hospitals. When these clothes like medical uniforms, the lab coats and the scrub, which is after washing them, the germs and the bacteria it may go into the water system. And also the hospital using a strong chemicals to washing of these clothes. So the chemicals and the bacteria can ending up with the pollution for the planet. Some bacteria can surviving in the washing process and reaching to the environment. That will affecting the water quality and also the contributing to the contribute to spreading the resistance of the germs. Also because the medical uniform it's requiring or need frequent washing and cleaning with high temperature, so it's needing a lot of energy, a lot of water, and more detergent, and this will increasing the pollution. The second thing is the cosmetics footprint. Also, it's same as the clothes. It may affecting of the environment in many ways. So washing of the makeup and the skincare products, the chemicals on these products may ending up to the water system, and this may affecting the fish, affecting the marine life, and affecting the planets. Moreover, producing the cosmetics may requiring animal testing for finding out the effect of this product. It makes a lot of waste, dead animals, dirty bedding, and using acids and also toxic chemicals. Also, the packaging of the cosmetics creates a big problem. Most of the makeup and skincare products come in a plastic container which is difficult to be recycled and breaking down. Many of them would ending up into landfills and take a years to decompose. Also, producing the cosmetic requiring a lot of energy and natural resources, which adds to a pollution. All of this shows that the beauty products have to have a clear environmental impact from the formula inside to the packaging outside.
Hi everyone, I am Maisel Makbal. Imagine a young girl in a remote village waving fibers by hand to earn a living. Meanwhile, in the city, we buy clothes and beauty products without even thinking about the story behind each piece. So we have to remember that every product we use has an impact. So I will talk about the social economic impacts of these clothes and cosmetic. The fashion and beauty sectors are more than trend. They shape lives, communities, and economic. The clothing and cosmetic industry create million jobs around the world, as we know, in design, in production, and retail. Many countries depend on these industry for economic growth. Unfortunately, many workers receive low wages and work in unsafe condition. Also, we have small local business struggle to compete with a big global brand. Finally, we have constant buying and fast production increase economic pressure and inequality. That's why we have to figure out a solution, a real solution for this impact. As everyone says, the real solution is by using sustainable clothes and cosmetic. And I will talk about the sustainable clothes. So when we are saying sustainable clothes, what does that mean? It's a cloth that made in a way that it's good for environment and fair to workers. By using eco-friendly material like organic cotton and recycled fibers. And also ensure fair salaries and safe working condition for the workers there. Also, by using this sustainable clothes, we create long-lasting design instead of fast, disposable fashion. And also by using this, we reduce the waste through recycling and freezing material. So why sustainable clothes is important? Because we help to protect the planet by reducing population and waste, and also to support fair treatment and respect for our workers. Reduce the amount of clothes that throw away each year, and also support local brand and small business. And finally, to have a better quality. In a simple word, sustainable fashion means choosing clothes that are better for people and better for the earth. And this is the brand that this is the brand for a sustainable clothes, like the Team Tree, Everlane, and Toad, and so on. With you, Firdaus Al-Maskari, and I will speak about cosmetic. In cosmetics, innovation is also leading the way. Natural ingredients, refillable packaging, and cruelty-free testing are becoming more common. Clean beauty is not just a trend, it is a responsibility. There are four key areas to understand this shift. First, clean beauty, which focus on natural ingredients, plant-based formulas, and non-toxic chemistry. Second, green chemistry, have scientists create ingredients that are biodegradable quickly, have low toxicity, and require less energy to produce. Third, refillable and zero waste system. Many brands now offer meter refill cases, glass bottles, and solid shampoo. Finally, modern testing methods. Nowadays, computer modeling and cell cultures replace animal testing. Several cosmetics brands are committed to protecting the environment and ensuring safe, ethical production. By choosing such a brand, we have promote health skin, health communities, and healthier planet. For example, we have Lush, pioneer of package-free products. Another well-known brand is the Body Shop, famous for ethical ingredient sourcing. Also, breast peas uses natural formulas and recyclable material. In addition, RMS Beauty focus on organic food-grade ingredients. And finally, Kiki Milano, using material from the natural, not a chemical. In the conclusion, the earth is not asking us to stop being beautiful, it's asking us to be beautifully responsible. Cosmetics and clothing are more than everyday products. They are powerful industries shaping our environment and society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
We have finished the first group of presenters today. We kindly request all students and university representatives to refrain from speaking directly with the jury members during breaks or at any times, unless interaction is required as part of your presentations on stage. This measure is in place to ensure complete fairness and eliminate any possibility of bias. نرجو من جميع الطلاب وممثلي الجامعات الامتناع عن التحدث مباشرة مع أعضاء لجنة التحكيم خلال فترات الاستراحة أو في أي وقت، إلا إذا كانت هناك حاجة للتواصل ضمن سياق العرض التقديمي على المسرح. يأتي هذا الإجراء لضمان العدالة التامة ومنع أي احتمال لحدوث تحيز. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short refreshment break now for 15 minutes. I request you to please return to your seats by 11:10 a.m. to ensure that you are on track for the day. السيدات والسادة، سيكون لدينا الآن استراحة قصيرة للمرطبات لمدة 15 دقيقة. أطلب منكم العودة إلى مقاعدكم بحلول الساعة 11:10 للالتزام بالوقت المحدد. Before we proceed to our refreshment break, we have a special campaign for you. All you have to do is follow 3 steps and you could earn a chance to participate in our biggest community initiative, Clean UAE. For those of you who do not reside in the UAE, you will also have an opportunity to create a unique video that we will share in the later days on our social media page. قبل أن نبدأ استراحة المرطبات لدينا حملة خاصة لكم. كل ما عليكم فعله هو اتباع 3 خطوات ويمكنكم الحصول على فرصة للمشاركة في أكبر حملة مجتمعية لدينا، الإمارات نظيفة. للذين يقيمون خارج دولة الإمارات ستتاح لكم فرصة لإنشاء فيديو فريد سنشاركه في الأيام اللاحقة على صفحات وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي الخاصة بنا. So, here's what you've got to do. Create a collage with any material for today's topic or capture one amazing behind-the-scenes photograph of any preparatory scene for the day and capture it in 2 words only. ما عليكم فعله هو إنشاء صورة من أي مادة لموضوع اليوم أو التقاط صورة رائعة من الاستعدادات خلف الكواليس لأي مشهد تحضيري لهذا اليوم بعنوان مكون من 2 كلمات فقط. Then upload this on your personal social media handle as a post. قم بتحميل المنشور على وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي الشخصية الخاصة بك. Follow our EEG Emirates group page on LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter and tag us on this uploaded post. تابعوا صفحتنا EEG Emirates على فيسبوك، انستغرام، لينكدين أو تويتر وقوموا بالإشارة إلينا على هذا المنشور الذي تم تحميله. The 4 winners of this campaign, one for each day, will be announced on our social media handles. سيتم الإعلان عن الفائز لكل يوم من ال4 أيام في هذه الحملة على حساباتنا على وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي. Remember, you will only be considered if you follow our social media and tag us. So what are you waiting for? Go ahead and let us see the best of creativity come forth. تذكير: لن نتمكن من رؤية مشاركتكم إلا إذا قمتم بمتابعة وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي الخاصة بنا. فماذا تنتظرون؟ أرونا إبداعاتكم.
Hello.
It will be green. Can I?
Like a hands-free?
يس هذا شوفي يشتغل.
Hello. Test. It's not clear, right? I can't put it inside, but how can I control this? It's hard to control. Hey, I think this أقدر يعني أغير نبرتي. هاي يعني it's very hard. Like I'm talking right now.
زين انت لازم تغيرين طريقة نبرتك وغير.
استل حتى لو أنا اليوم قاعدة أقول لكم إن اليوم الوضع لا استل. بس فاطمة تحسين صوتي
الو
خفيف.
الو
اوكي عاشة تسمعيني؟ كلير؟ كلير؟ انا بعد ينسمع؟ اي ثينك ينسمع. لا يعني مو بينسمع. زين؟ لا بلا احس I think هاي نقدر نتحكم في الصوت. Which one do you think is better? I think this presentation. This one? لأن اليوم لو أبي أتكلم عن موضوع شيء ما بتطلع صح. لا
هذا أحسن.
ما بتطلع.
أيها
فأين هي الأخلاق؟ تطلع؟
أيها
كان
لا
هذا أحسن إذا تو.
أيها الحضور
Hello.
تمام. Can I keep it until my turn? No. Just trying.
ذات يوم.
Okay. فالعمال اليوم يعيشون لا تحرقين الناس.
لا مو بنفس الشيء مو بواضح.
هاي أحسن أكو صوتي واضح.
زين مين حسب.
أوكي.
مو بواضح.
ألو. حطي في
الحين
الشيلة.
تسمعون صوتي أحسن؟
صوتي واضح.
أوكي. الحين تحسون أوكي؟
إيه.
الحين.
better بس not the best.
فكرتي؟ هذا أحسن يعني الصوت واضح. أسكربي؟
عاد هاي إذنك بتكلم.
لا حطيه بالشكل.
مش كم. Yes. Do you hear me? I think my sound is not clear. Down is better because it's far away from my.
فاطمة شلون بطلتي ذي؟
هي لبستني إياه. Yes. فما هو؟ لا صوت أوكي.
أيها.
أوكي. أي.
تست.
أوكي. 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 فما هو الحل يا دانا؟ فما هو الحل يا دانا؟ فما هو الحل؟
تسمعيني؟ حلو تحسين
الدنيا كلها سمعت.
ولا استخدم هاي؟ اوكي.
مايك احسن؟ مايك احسن؟ هاي احسن. بس احس صوتي ما يبين عدل. احس صوتي ما يبين عدل. فما هو الحل؟ يأتي والافراد من هذا الارهاق المستمر. مو بواضح. We cannot put it here. Yeah, maybe it's better. كان يكون واضح. بس مو واضح صوتي. وين حطيته؟ انت ما تسمعين نفسك. صوتي واضح؟ احس مو واضح. ما قاعد اسمع شيء. ما قاعد اسمع صوتي. احس كان زين. ها تسمعيني صوت؟ لحظة صبر. بتكلم. بين صوتي؟
وأنا
واضح يعني؟
شلون صوتي؟ اوكي. دلال.
واضح انك دلال. يلا
نتدرب ليش؟
شلون تحت داخل؟
لا داخل شلون شيلتك حبتين؟
شنو ما نبي نتدرب؟
لا ما نبي.
يلا تكلمي.
صبر بترتيب. Yeah, we'll just. Yeah.
اوكي.
We'll just go there.
ترى قالوا ممنوع.
اوكي. لا wait يا جماعة. You can't hear me.
والله أنا سمعت.
دلال اسمعيني.
Okay, sure. But you will be here to give me because I don't want man.
No, I'll be here.
Okay, thank you, darling. Can I know your name?
Urvish.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure is all mine, dear. Just ask Nada to meet Miss Nada to meet you. Yeah? Sure. Thank you.
Welcome back. We will continue with the topic Cosmetics and Clothes, the Environmental and Socio-Economic Footprint. أهلا بكم من جديد. نواصل مع موضوع أثر مستحضرات التجميل وصناعة الملابس على البصمة البيئية والاجتماعية والاقتصادية. I would like to call on the next university, American University of Ras Al Khaimah School of Business, Ras Al Khaimah, UAE. The next team is from Westford Global Education, Computing Department, Sharjah, UAE. Please come and sit the second row.
Can someone help me? How do I hold this? It's a clip. It's a clip on.
Hello.
Hey, how do you do it?
Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Hi.
Sugar.
Hello. Testing.
Yeah.
Testing.
Hello. I'll be audible.
Yeah, let's go. Wait. It's not working? It's working. It's just... Hello? It's perfect? Hi.
Hello.
Hello. It works. Okay. You stand here. Yeah, okay. I'm so scared. So scared. Go. Should we start? Go, he said go. Okay.
Hey Reem, check out this new lipstick I bought. Let me try it on. PowerPoint. Ugh, I hate the color.
Your throwing skills are tragic. Anyways, look what I got. I just got these yesterday.
Didn't you buy like 7 of these like last week?
Yeah, but I wore them once already.
Oh, yeah, true. Whatever.
We need the PowerPoint. Ask to start over.
No, don't.
Just don't. We cannot do this. It won't work. The PowerPoint, we missed the whole part. We missed the whole minute. Ask her to start over. What happened? Oh, we need to start over because we missed the PowerPoint thing. We didn't have the PowerPoint.
What did you say?
We'll start over. Oh, it's not fair, guys.
Take care.
Let's start again.
Hey Reem, check out this new lipstick I just bought. Let me try it on. Ugh, I hate the shade.
Your throwing skills are tragic. Anyways, look what I got yesterday.
Didn't you buy 7 of these like last week?
Yeah, but I wore them once already.
True, whatever.
في عالم يزداد فيه الجمال في عالم يزداد فيه
Just complete.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اليوم سوف نحدثكم عن الآثار البيئية اليوم سوف نحدثكم عن الآثار التي تتركها الملابس وأدوات التجميل.
Every product has its own story. First, it begins its life from the factory. Then it moves along rivers and roads. Every worker helps, but they may stay unseen. Did you know that fashion industry consumes more water than any of the other industries? Furthermore, did you know that fashion industry contributes to around 120 billion packages every year, and most of them do not get recycled? Welcome all of you guys. I am Abdul Fateh.
And I'm Sarah.
And I'm Arida.
And I'm Reem.
And we are the representatives of the American University of Ras Al Khaimah. Together, we stand before you to talk about cosmetics and clothes and how it's going to affect the society and the environment.
Before we talk about the negative aspect of cosmetic and clothes and the environment, let's look at the positive point. Cosmetic and clothes give us a boost of confidence every day, whether it's a favorite collection of clothes or a favorite skincare routine. It makes us connect with other people better. But it doesn't just stop here. There's a huge environmental impact from cosmetic and clothes. Start off, fashion is the second largest consumer of water worldwide, and 20% wastewater globally is because of textile dyeing. Cosmetic packaging, 120 billion units produced yearly, and both industries rely on fossil fuels, chemicals, and cheap labor, damaging the environment.
The cosmetics industry, along with fashion, generates as one of the biggest world sectors. The cosmetics industry uses $150 billion in annual sales, which results in 120 per packaging every year. Also, the fashion industry uses 10% of global emission carbon and 20% of wastewater, which is considered as the most harmful industry ever.
Let's talk about the history. So in ancient cultures like Egypt and Mesopotamia, natural stuffs like clays, oils, and coals were used for beauty and rituals. But of course, as the industrialization period began, people started using more and more chemicals into their cosmetics. Obviously, the production increased, but as well as the wastage also increased. But thanks to brands today like the Lush and the Body Shop for producing eco-friendly products, which makes this place a better place as it is more sustainable and thus it reduces the wastage.
Now, if we move on to talking about clothing, clothing started off with handcrafting as well, using natural fabrics such as cotton and wool. The fashion industry changed when machines were involved, bringing fast fashion trends and creating a lot of waste. If we talk about the statistics right now, we are producing a lot of textile waste. About 92 million tons of textile waste is being produced every year, in which only 12% actually gets recycled. However, on the good end, there are brands such as Patagonia and Stella McCartney who care about this and want to make a change, such as they are providing more eco-friendly fashion. Now, we know that cosmetics and clothing both are very important. They teach us that we have to be thinking before our purchases. Okay. Now, the things we buy, whether it's clothes, cosmetics, or even sunscreen, can harm nature. They cause pollution, destroy forests, and hurt animals in the ocean. So by choosing better products, we can help protect our planet.
I'm not going. It's not mine.
Yeah. Okay. So now let's take a closer look at how cosmetics let's take a closer look at how cosmetics and clothes affect people around the world. Firstly, about labor exploitation. The workers who help produce cosmetics and clothes often work for long hours and they get paid barely the minimum. How many of you all even know where your clothes and cosmetics are even coming from? Second, the health. These workers often are exposed to harmful chemicals and this over time degrades their life quality. Number 3, child labor. Did you know that the shiny substance in your cosmetics, which is called mica, it comes from countries like Madagascar and India. And how does it come? It comes by children as they mine it. Number 4, profits. The revenue and the profit generated from these industries are accumulated in the hands of the rich and developed nations. And what about the poor nations? The developing countries just pay at the cost of their health, at the cost of their lifestyle, and at the cost of their lives. So, before we use these products, let's step back and ask where these products are coming from and at what cost.
So, many organizations and businesses have started to think more sustainable and doing many things that help the environment. First, in the cosmetic industry, such as L'Oreal, Fenty Beauty, and Rituals have started to do refillable bottles and paper-based bottles, which are basically reduce more waste. And in the fashion industry, There's the Adidas and apparel launch, which produce shoes and footwear, and the H&M collection. It emphasizes people to reuse their clothes or to recycle their clothes.
Okay, now let's start something. Who here actually reuses or recycles things at home? Okay, good. That is called circular economy, where people reuse, recycle, or even rebuild things on their own to cut down waste. Now, raise your hand if you have seen cosmetic packaging that is biodegradable and simple. Okay, that is called eco-design, in which they use biodegradable packaging and less packaging to less harm the environment. Now, lastly, who here has a favorite t-shirt that lasted them years?
You don't want to do it?
Yes, that is called slow fashion, in which people prioritize the quality rather than just following online trends. Okay, call for action. So, both government and businesses have important roles to play. The government could be setting strong rules to help protect our environment, such as they could be adding taxes to harmful packaging, and on the other hand, they should be supporting and helping companies that actually care for nature. Now, when we move on to talking about the industries should be more honest about where the products are even actually coming from, and they should be using greener technology to help the planet.
Are we seeing this? The impact of cosmetic and clothes does not just follow up on one SDG, but other four, starting with SDG 8, decent work, fair wages and safe conditions. Then SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. And that's our key SDG, that's our favorite one. Then climate action, reduce emission. And finally, life below water, reduce microplastic pollution.
Okay. In conclusion, every decision we make, whether it is at home, in a business or government, matters.
علينا جميعا أن نساهم في بناء عالم أكثر عدلا واستدامة، فكل خطوات صغيرة قد نبنيها اليوم قد تصنع تغييرا كبيرا في المستقبل. وشكرا.
Sustainability.
I would like to call on the next university, Westford Global Education Computing Department, Sharjah, UAE. The next team is from the University of Bolton, Department of Law, Ras Al Khaimah, UAE. Please come and sit in the next second row.
السلام عليكم يا سيداتي وسيدتي هل أنتم جاهزون لنبدأ؟
Sustainability in clothing and cosmetics is a movement to create products in a way that is not harmful to the planet, people, and animals. This is a direct response to the massive environmental and ethical issues caused by the fashion industry, and this is critical to the current generation because they are the inheritors of environmental consequences that has been caused by these industries.
A very good morning, respectable judges and our fellow participants. Now, imagine this, a single lipstick tube, small, shiny, and disposable. Now multiplied by 120 million cosmetic packages produced every single year. That's 120 million bits of beauty, but also 120 million chances for plastic to pollute our planet. The beauty industry alone produces up to 120 million cosmetic packages produced every single year. Less than 9% of all that plastic ever made gets recycled. This means 90% ends up in landfills or oceans, harming ecosystems that took millions of years to form.
Now shift your gaze from makeup drawers to wardrobes. Each year, the world discards 92 million tons of plastic textile waste. That's a garbage truck full of clothes dumped every single second. By the time I finish this sentence, another truckload will already be buried or burned. And that's not just waste. It's carbon, chemicals, and clean water all thrown away. The fashion industry alone produces 10% of global carbon emissions, and that is more than all international flights and shipping combined. And moreover, fast fashion has caused overconsumption, which means clothes are worn on an average just 7 to 10 times before being tossed aside. Our wardrobes have become drawers of trends, cheap, quick, and disposable.
But behind every low-cost outfit lies a hidden cost. Millions of garment workers paid for long hours work in unsafe factories. The fashion industry employs over 75 million people globally, yet many earn less than $3 a day.
And when trends change every week, these workers face constant job insecurity, their livelihoods rising and falling with our shopping habits. This cycle doesn't just harm the planet, it deepens inequality, traps people and communities in systems that value speed over sustainability.
This t-shirt might look simple, but it took 2,700 liters of water to make enough for one person to drink for 2.5 years. Most of our clothes are made up of synthetic fibers like polyester derived from fossil fuels. Every wash releases tiny, invisible threads that escape filters and flow straight into the sea. In fact, 35% of microplastics in the ocean come from washing synthetic textiles. And those fibers don't just pollute, but they also enter the food chain, returning to us through water and seafood we consume. And the dyes that gives us those vibrant Instagram-worthy colors, they're often toxic, contaminating rivers, harming aquatic life, threatening communities that rely on clean water. Over 20% of global wastewater pollution comes from fabric dyeing and treatment alone. What more? Many manufacturing hubs are having lack of wastewater treatment, means chemicals go straight into the ecosystem.
And while the fashion industry fills our landfills, the beauty industry pollutes our oceans. Every year, it releases over 18 million kilograms of microbeads. And because microbeads are so tiny, they pass unnoticed, yet their effect for decades. These tiny plastic particles are found in body washes, face scrubs, and toothpaste. They look harmless, right? Almost invisible, yet they are environmental time bombs. Once in the water, marine animals like zooplankton and for fish mistake them for food. Once these contaminated creatures are eaten by bigger fish, they unfortunately travel up the food chain and end up on our dinner plates. It's practically a chain reaction, ladies and gentlemen. Every 10 seconds, fashion and beauty together create a mountain of waste, from plastic to polyester to pollution, all in the name of staying on trend.
And if our closets could talk, they'd probably cry. They're packed with fast fashion, worn twice, then tossed, while factories burn fossil fuels and dump toxic dyes into rivers. And our makeup drawers know better. Glittering piles of plastic packaging, glossy labels, shimmering tubes, all headed to the same landfill.
We call it expression, but the planet calls it self-destruction. The cycle of buy, use, throw has turned creativity into pollution. Our desire to look good is costing the earth its ability to breathe.
This isn't a story of blame, it's a call to action, because the same creativity that built this problem can help solve it. Today, we're flipping the script, from wasteful to wonderful, from throwaway to refillable.
Introducing the refill revolution. Our idea stands on 3 main pillars: cosmetics, clothes, and community. Imagine walking up to a kiosk, placing your empty lotion bottle, and refilling it instantly. No plastic, no waste, just refill, reuse, and repeat. If refill systems become more mainstream, the cosmetic industry alone could save billions of tons of plastic by the end of 2030.
And no, it doesn't just stop there. Our swap stations allow people to swap clothes instead of buying new ones. Just by extending the life of these clothes by 9 months, we can cut carbon, water, and waste by up to 30%.
Even when packaging is used, it's compostable or seed embedded, turning waste into wildflowers instead of landfills, thereby making our planet greener.
And here's our game changer, a mobile eco-label app. With one simple scan, you can instantly see a product's sustainability score, from fiber sourcing to packaging impact. You can also earn points with every refill or swap that you make, thereby making sustainability both rewarding and fun.
And our next step, launching a pilot refill booth, which is basically a test version of our kiosk right here at the campuses.
And our kiosk isn't just eco-friendly, it's economically smart. Each refill kiosk refills perfumes and cosmetics at up to 30 to 60% lower than buying new bottles. This means it's cheaper for customers, but still profitable, because all packaging costs are eliminated.
This isn't just a dream, everybody. It's already happening. Brands like L'Oreal and MAC have launched refillable beauty counters, and IKEA offers swap and resale systems. This proves one thing: change is possible.
But if these solutions already exist, what makes the refill revolution any different?
I'm glad you brought that up. Well, it's the integration. We combine cosmetic, plantable packaging into one circular system.
Now, let's talk feasibility, because great ideas must also be practical. The refill kiosk must also be practical. The eco-label app, refill kiosk, and plantable packaging all combine New World innovation. They are both lightweight and sustainable, made from recycled aluminium, and can serve hundreds of users per day. By using barcode-based refilling, it ensures hygiene and accuracy, which means users can simply scan, refill, and pay through the eco-label app. It uses a cloud-based data, which means sustainability doesn't just make it measurable and motivational too. And here's the best part. We already have support systems. Government initiatives like the UAE Circular Economy Policy 2031 encourage innovations exactly like this.
But wait, if our idea can make an impact in the community, can it make an impact on a global scale?
Yes, absolutely. Our idea directly supports the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, global targets that drive real and social environmental change.
Industry, innovation, and infrastructure. The eco-label app, refill kiosk, and plantable packaging create New World innovation. New infrastructure for a circular economy, which creates the start of something new.
Responsible consumption and production. Simpler, cheaper refills and swaps shift us from overconsumption to conscious use. Climate action. Every refill cuts emission from single-use plastics, while every garment life extended prevents tons of CO2.
Life below water. Our refill kiosk reduces plastic that harms marine life. 35% of ocean microplastics come from fast fashion alone. Life on land. Instead of the 70% of clothes that end up as landfill toxins, our system simply makes them new life.
And that brings us to SDG 17, Partnership for Goods. Because the digital revolution will not work if businesses, universities, and communities do not unite. And let's ignite the refill revolution, because the future of beauty and fashion industry should be as renewable as the world we want to live in. So together we are Alina,
Nida,
Rafid,
and Sanya. And
remember, don't just throw,
refill
and grow.
Thank you.
The next team is from the University of Bolton, Department of Law, Ras Al Khaimah, UAE. The next one is Zayed University, College of Interdisciplinary Studies, Dubai, UAE. Please come and sit in the second row.
Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This group of 5 are members of the Eco Club of Greater Manchester, and we have gathered here today to do a discussion on the topic environmental and socio-economic footprint, cosmetics and clothes. We are having an awareness campaign in our campus, so we are preparing for that.
Guys, do you think fashion and cosmetics play a role in our daily life?
Yes, of course. Personally, I think it plays a very important role.
But how, Aifa?
It boosts my self-confidence, allows self-expression, and it protects my skin from environmental damage.
Well, agreed, Aifa. But what about all the damages cosmetic and fashion are doing to the environment? Has anybody thought about that?
Exactly why I asked this question.
Yeah, come to think of it, you're right about that, Anushka.
Let's be honest, looking attractive comes at a much higher cost than the price tag itself. Unfortunately, this price tag is paid by the environment through pollution, exploitation, and massive waste.
Alright, that sets the stage for our topic of today, which is cosmetics and clothes, the environmental and socio-economic footprint.
Look guys, our growing obsession with cosmetics and fashion is making the environmental footprint heavier than ever.
It's a $500 billion worth industry generating over 120 billion pieces of plastic packaging each year.
The beauty industry clearly needs to reassess its ecological impact.
Yes, first they need to address one of the most common and dangerous offenders, the plastic waste, with almost 11 million tons of plastic ending up in water bodies, landfills, and open dumps.
Agreeing with IFA, all this is creating a vast plastic tide, causing irreparable damage to the ecosystem. You know, these microplastic ingredients and packaging harm the river and marine ecosystem, affecting wildlife and entering the food chain.
Whoa, that much amount of water, chemical, and raw materials going into those tiny cosmetic bottles?
You know, now that you mentioned raw materials, let me add that palm oil is used in so many products, but procuring palm oil causes major deforestation in places like Indonesia and Malaysia.
And not to forget animal testing and the waste generated from it. Lots of resources like animals, chemicals, and water are being used during animal testing, and the disposal of plastic cages, testing tubes, and biomedical waste adds to the already increasing heap of plastic.
Including disposing of animal carcasses and chemical residue which release toxic gases like CO2, methane, and whatnot into the atmosphere, contributing to air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions.
But it doesn't stop at plastic and the environment though, right? What about the people making these products? How are they treated?
Do you guys have any idea that children are used to source certain raw materials like mica for the shimmer in your eyeshadow and vanilla for the mesmerizing scent it gives you? Palm oil, cocoa, and shea are all harvested by children.
Heather, we don't use that much shimmer, at least not today. But let's be honest, looking attractive comes at a much... But let's be honest, while we were sitting in classrooms, kids this same age were harvesting, mining, and transporting ingredients for these products. They were working in dangerous conditions, risking injuries, diseases, and in some cases, even their lives.
Did you know that exploitation, gender inequality, and health risks are all major concerns faced by people working in these industries?
But guys, it's not all negative, you know. These industries do create jobs for millions of people, especially in developing countries.
Alright guys, I'm bored of cosmetics. Let's move on to fashion where I have more to say.
You know, Isaac, fashion isn't innocent either. You know, the industry is responsible for 10% of global carbon emissions, and yet clothing is one of the basic human needs.
What do you think about fast fashion? Fast waste and even faster, fast trends and even faster waste. They're major polluters on the planet.
Ariba, not only polluters, I've read that making just one cotton shirt takes around 2,700 liters of water. That's like 3 years of water we could drink.
Okay, wait. Let's not just blame cotton here, right? There's polyester and nylon fabrics shredding microplastics. When we wash them, they end up in ocean and even harm the marine ecosystem. So wait guys, does that mean we are eating our clothes now too?
Now that's a totally different topic, plastic diet.
Yeah, I'd rather focus on the intermediate fasting then, huh? So fast fashion equals carbon emission and overconsumption, right guys?
Yeah, with high volume, short lifespans, and even heavier polyester, these all increase energy use and gas emissions.
And the data backs it up. Polyester and overproduction are the major contributors to rising emissions.
Yeah, Reba, a large share of these emissions are caused by raw material production, dyeing, manufacturing, consumer use, transport, and even disposal. But guys, we can't ignore the human impact of these industries.
Of course, we know clothing is essential, and we all like to dress up and keep ourselves updated with the trends. But that comes at a cost, and that cost is not just environmental, it's human too.
Exactly. Millions of garment workers are mostly women, and they work in unsafe conditions for less than $3 a day.
Yeah, like the Rana Plaza collapse in 2013, that was a brutal reminder of the reality.
Wait, could just someone tell me what this Rana Plaza factory is? I can't seem to recollect it.
Well, just to remind everyone and Heather, Rana Plaza collapse was one of the deadliest garment factory disasters in history.
It's considered the most shocking example of business-related human rights abuse, and it happened in Dhaka in Bangladesh, where the 8-story Rana Plaza building collapsed due to structural failure.
The Rana Plaza factory consisted of 5 garment factories. When it fell, over 1,000 people lost their lives.
Gosh, that's heartbreaking.
So when we see a price tag, someone, somewhere is paying for it with their lives. Just not us.
Exactly. But the positive side is that fair trade initiatives and awareness campaigns are pushing for better wages and safer conditions.
And there's more good news. Ethical production is starting to become part of brand identity, and that is a huge step forward.
We've highlighted the damages, but the story doesn't end there. The governments, brands, and consumers are all recognizing their roles. So let's talk about the real changes starting to take place.
You know what? Brands like Body Shop and L'Oreal are trying to bring about a change with refill stations, vegan formulas, and biodegradable packaging. They have in-store refill stations too.
Yeah, and some are even going waterless like shampoo bars and solid serums to reduce both packaging and waste. Brands like Lush and Humankind are the leaders of this trend. Do you know that each bar replaces 3 plastic bottles of shampoo?
And guess what? Companies have started replacing microbeads with plant-based exfoliants like bamboo and sugar.
Yeah, I heard Garnier's Green Beauty uses vegan and cruelty-free products as well.
Also, major corporations are moving towards carbon neutrality. Like L'Oreal aims for zero net carbon emissions by 2030, and Unilever already has zero non-hazardous waste to landfills from factories.
And many brands have also eliminated animal testing and earned PETA, which is a cruelty-free certification.
Thankfully, sustainability is not just a buzzword anymore. It's becoming a movement now. We now have lab-grown leather, recyclable fabrics, and biodegradable packaging.
We've highlighted some of the changes that are starting to take place.
Even big brands like H&M are exploring circular fashion, that is repairing, reselling, and recycling products.
Surprisingly, upcycling and thrifting are trending too. It's not embarrassing wearing second-hand clothes anymore, it's cool.
It's a slow shift, but it proves that innovation and responsibility can coexist together.
But it's not just the fashion industry, even the consumers need to change. It's not necessary to run behind every new trend that comes out every week.
Yeah, I invest in more expensive pieces. Although it's costly in the short term, the higher quality means that it won't get replaced so easily, and you can't put a price on ensuring fair wages for your fellow human beings.
We've highlighted some of the damages that cosmetics and fashion industries do to the world.
It's like someone famous once said, if you don't like something, change it. And if you don't change it, change your attitude. So it's we the youth that should bring about a change as consumers of both cosmetics and fashion, to buy responsibly, sustainably, and intelligently.
The consumers have to act environmentally friendly, environmentally conscious, and environmentally safe.
Okay, now that comes to the end of our discussion where we are being quite sensible, I guess.
So guys, it's about time to bring change and be more sustainable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to call on the next university, Zayed University College of Interdisciplinary Studies, Dubai, UAE. The next team is from Qatar University Education Department, Qatar. Please come and sit on the next second row.
Test. Hello.
Arwa, stop using plastic cups. It's bad for the environment.
What? Why? Everyone uses them.
I mean, it's not about Shiam. Look, she's not listening
Guys,
to me.
What did
stop
I do?
fighting. Stop
Plastic
fighting.
cups
I
are
have
bad for the
important
environment.
news.
She's not listening.
I have important news. Uncle Khalid is stepping down. He's retiring.
Retiring?
What?
And the company is all ours to handle.
Ours to handle?
Wait, what? So you're saying we're supposed to take over? I'm sorry, but I was just about to apply to that program in Paris. I'm not ready for this.
Guys, it was his only wish for us to take over his company.
I mean, it is an opportunity for us, but it's kind of like different. Like we're maybe it's a chance for us to like change, to do something different, maybe something cleaner for the environment.
But I'm not ready to give up my dream to manage some old fabric warehouses. That place smells like dust and regret.
You think this is all about dust, Arwa? We're losing money by the quarter. And if we don't act now, the company fully collapses.
Maybe it should collapse. Maybe it's meant, like, the reason that it would collapse is for us to do something different, something new, something cleaner.
So what, we just stop everything?
Yeah, we stop.
Guys, no, we can fix this. Let us look at what is happening. Let us first look what the industry is doing to the planet.
Okay, sure, but numbers don't lie. So if something is wrong or if we're part of the problem, then we have to face the footprint.
If fast fashion is out of fashion, how can we make it fixed?
I mean, we can fix it in many different ways.
So we can make it right this time.
Yeah, we can make it right this time.
Guys, come over right now.
What's wrong?
Take a look at my screen. Our uncle's legacy is an environmental liability. The cosmetic division on its own, 120 billion units of packaging wasted a year. 95% of it is non-recyclable. We're part of an industry that sends half of all its testers to landfills, wasting 4 million tons of water in the process.
Those numbers are insane. They're no joke.
Yeah, but we're focusing on clothing, not cosmetics. Plus, why would we even start that movement? Our focus is fashion.
You think fashion is any better? Our operation contributes to global carbon emissions and the world's wastewater. This is both the greatest risk, and if we act right now, our greatest opportunity.
Okay, since it's our greatest opportunity, then we have to fix this in many different ways. So for example, we can have ethical labor and way many more kind of like factors to fix this issue.
But that basically means that we're making clothes that are being dumped and thrown in countries that can't even say no. That's not fair. We're basically trashing the planet for our own needs and for fashion, and that's unacceptable.
I mean, it's a trend that lasts for a week. So imagine like 22 million tons of clothing waste just for a trend. I mean, come on.
Well, then I guess this is no longer an option. I'm all in. I'm canceling the program.
As if you had a choice.
I mean, it's not like you had a choice, number one. It wasn't an option, and you don't have to cancel that program. You could also go there and learn more about fashion.
Hopefully. Okay, guys. Look at all these tagged clothes that were never even worn. Uncle Khalid spent ages designing all these clothes, and for what? A trend that dies in 2 weeks? That's not fair.
Arwa, it's not just a trend. This unsold stock alone cost us nearly a quarter of last quarter's losses. This is insane.
I mean, those are wrapped in layers and layers of plastic. Multiply that by 1,000. Those are not just losses. This is a whole landfill.
But imagine if this wasn't a waste. Looking at all the fabrics I have here, we can focus on recycled fabrics, maybe like cotton. What about the plant-based leather? And even dyes that don't kill rivers. So maybe fashion that's alive again.
I mean, that's possible, but only if you rethink the supply chain. So local production, water control, and even fair labor.
Okay, that's responsible consumption and production. Not only that, but that's economic growth for decent and fair work. So we can think of it as provide childcare, have safe workplaces, and provide fair wages for those workers.
So basically, sustainability doesn't have to mean less creativity. It just means that we have to be smarter.
Right. Our uncle built a business on volume, and we can rebuild it on value.
And purpose. So both value and purpose.
So if we can turn all this waste into wonder, then maybe fashion really can heal.
Fashion can heal, and that's kind of like in many different ways. We have the UN call for the circular economy. This is our why, our blueprint, why we have to do this, why we have to change. And our goal needs to be clear. Our goal is to have a business that not just runs on sustainability, but heals the damage and not just slows it down. We need to heal the damage that we have created with those fast fashion clothing.
All right, so if we are rebranding our company, it has to mean something measurable, not just a new logo. So what do you guys think of reuse, rethink, refine? 3 goals, 1 goal?
Okay, rethink, reuse, refine. If we're gonna think about it as a title, how about R3 as our company? And as I mentioned, our goal needs to be clear. We can't just help, we need to help, of course, in lowering those damages, but we also need to heal the damages that we created.
And under R3, our pieces can be very versatile, but still ethical, basically working for anyone, anywhere they are.
Not only that, but our focus can be mainly in UAE to kind of like avoid the carbon emission issues that we're having.
All right, so that's climate action. And we also track our carbon footprint, which will give us, or everyone, full transparency.
And so if we align that with the strategy and design with sustainability, we're basically not only rebranding the company, but we're basically restructuring it.
Exactly, so design, data, and direction. And our foundation, which starts in the UAE, can also reduce our carbon emissions.
So, speaking of the UAE, let's focus on getting a meeting with First Abu Dhabi Bank, as their strategy aligns perfectly with our goals. So which is built on stronger sustainable divisions and how to grow very innovatively and sustainably.
All right, then I'll take this to the board and organize a meeting with FAB.
I'm so excited for this opportunity today.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, FAB, for having us here, and thank you for letting us present. Today, we're going to be presenting our family's business transition, which was used to be called as a really nice fashion company, but now that's for the past. And we are now referred to as R3 Fashion.
Our company we're building a company that focuses on sustainable business. We took a company that was built on assumption and replaced that with real data. So we would like to have biodegradable packages and waterless dyes, all sort of things.
We found out that most of our losses came from overproduction of these clothing from our warehouses and inconsistent sourcing. So changes like adjusting the volume of the actual demand that we're focusing on, reorganizing our stock to be able to manage the sustainability level, and removing the lines of the company that were generating the most waste and harm to us.
So that's SDG 12, responsible in production and consumption, right?
Yeah, it's responsible consumption with clearer material standards and lowering on high waste processes, and that way we'll be able to achieve our goal where we're slowing down and healing the damages that we caused.
So now we have verified data on waste reduction, cleaner sourcing, and resource use. We are not just projecting widely, or we're not using numbers that are not existent. We're using numbers that are already available in our transition.
And on the design side, we've thought to be more responsible. So we've simplified our collections to make sure that production is feasible at scale.
So as mentioned, we focus on fair work and fair labor. It gives us a transparent view of what we want to have or what we want to do.
So our foundation is stable, and our system is stable, and we're ready to scale with intention. Now, we want you with us as we redefine what fashion can be. We started with numbers, the billions of units of waste, the millions of tons of water. The data was a stark warning, but we understood that numbers can also chart a path to profit and purpose. So if we put into our minds sustainable development goals, we'll build a business that is not just sustainable for our planet, but for our future.
So our goal is to heal, but no, we can heal our ideas of what really fashion is, or what sustainable fashion is. So we want people to feel beautiful no matter what type of clothing they're wearing, but we also need to make sure that they're sustainable. So we're redefining what's beautiful is, and not only that, but with partnership with our communities, ourselves, and our planet, we can be able to do that.
Because now we know more than ever, sustainability is not just a trend, it's the new definition of beauty. Thank you.
I would like to call on the next university, Qatar University Education Department, Qatar.
Test. Okay.
The next team is from Ras Al Khaimah Medical and Health Sciences University, Ras Al Khaimah College of Medicine, Ras Al Khaimah, UAE. Please come and sit in the second row.
Test. Okay. بين صوتي. اي سارة انا. تست. يلا روح نجاوب. Test. Okay. It's a video. It's a video, so you can just open it when we start talking. Okay. So there is no sound. No, there is no sound. Click it. Okay, which one? Green. شو الفكرة؟ شو الفكرة؟
ذات يوم برزت كلمة بشكل واضح وجلي في جامعة قطر. ذات يوم سألت شخصاً أثق به غاية الثقة. سألت جدتي: هل تحبين الاستدامة؟ فأجابت: وماذا تقصدين بالاستدامة يا ابنتي؟ فقلت لها: يا جدتي، الاستدامة تعني استخدام الأشياء بحكمة. الاستدامة تعني عدم إهدار الموارد. الاستدامة هي الحفاظ على الكوكب لأطول فترة ممكنة. فنظرت إلي وقالت: ليس هناك جديد، حتى أنا كنت أمارس الاستدامة. السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، أرأيتم؟ حتى جدتي كانت تمارس الاستدامة منذ 80 عاماً. فالاستدامة لا تتعلق بألواح الطاقة الشمسية باهظة الثمن ولا السياسات المعقدة، إنما تتعلق برعاية المجتمع والفطرة السليمة والخيارات الواعية. اليوم نحدثكم عن اليوم سوف نحدثكم عن أهم الحكم التي سوف نطبقها من جداتنا في حياتنا اليومية.
وإن كان الجمال مطلباً فطرياً تتشوف إليه النفس، فإن الطريق إلى الجمال اليوم بات مثقلاً بثمن يدفعه كوكبنا بصمت. فمع ازدياد الطلب على مستحضرات التجميل والملابس، بدأت ملامح الأثر البيئي تنكشف شيئاً فشيئاً، وبصورة تمس حاضرنا وتمتد بقوة نحو مستقبل الأجيال القادمة. دعوني أخبركم، تشير تقارير برنامج الأمم المتحدة للبيئة إلى أن صناعة الأزياء وحدها مسؤولة عما يصل إلى 10% من انبعاثات الكربون. أي ما يفوق ما تنتجه رحلات الطيران والملاحة البحرية مجتمعتين. هل أخبركم بما هو أشد وطأ؟ سجلت منظمة WWF أن إنتاج قميص قطني واحد فقط يستهلك أكثر من 2000 لتر من المياه، أي ما يكفي لشرب شخص واحد لمدة عامين كاملين. ولا يقف الأمر عند مجرد الاستنزاف المباشر للمياه، بل يمتد تأثير هذه الصناعة إلى البيئات البحرية. ف35% من جزيئات الميكروبلاستيك الناتجة من البوليستر والنايلون الموجودة في المحيطات مصدرها هذه الأقمشة وحدها عند غسلها، وذلك كما بينه الاتحاد الدولي لحماية الطبيعة. فكيف لنا أن نلوم البحار؟ فإنها تشتكي من 8000 طن. تشتكي من جزيئات الميكروبلاستيك الناتجة من عبوات مستحضرات التجميل في كل سنة. فالقضية ليست في الجمال ذاته، بل في الثمن الذي ندفعه من بيئتنا. وحين ندرك ذلك تصبح مسؤوليتنا أن نوازن بين رغباتنا وحق هذا الكوكب في الحياة.
لماذا من مسؤوليتنا الموازنة بين رغباتنا وحق هذا الكوكب؟ الصناعة اليوم مؤثرة أكثر من أي وقت مضى. يعيش الفرد اليوم وسط سيل لا ينقطع من الصور المثالية للمظهر عبر وسائل التواصل، ترسخ معايير جمال غير واقعية. في الماضي كانت الملابس مجرد وسيلة للحماية والستر، ومع انتشار الموضة السريعة أصبح كل موسم يفرض على الناس شراء الجديد لمجاراة المجتمع. ضغط اجتماعي أصبحت قيمة الفرد فيه مرتبطة بما يمتلكه من ملابس ومستحضرات التجميل، لا بما يحمله من فكر ووعي وثقافة. لم تعد صناعة الأزياء مجرد أدوات للزينة، بل أصبحت قوة تعيد تشكيل الهوية الاجتماعية بطريقة خفية، تفرض معايير تدفع الإنسان للبحث عن قبول لا يقوم على ذاته، بل على ما يرتديه وما يضعه على وجهه. وهذا ما أكدته دراسة في جامعة كامبريدج، وهذا ما أكده جميع عروض اليوم وجميع الخطابات. وحتى هم جاءوا من دول مختلفة وبلغات مختلفة، ولكننا نتفق على نفس المشكلة. وخلف هذه الصورة اللامعة يعمل آلاف العمال في دول مثل بنغلاديش والهند في مصانع لا تتجاوز فيها أجورهم $2 يوميا، في ظروف يختفي فيها الأمان وتغيب فيها الصحة، ظروف ولدت من سباق السوق المحموم. فالشركات تتسابق لخفض التكلفة ورفع الإنتاج لزيادة الاستهلاك بأي ثمن كان. فأين هي الأخلاق؟ أيها الشباب الواعد، أصبح الإنفاق على الموضة ومستحضرات التجميل هو من أحد أعلى أسباب الديون الشخصية بين الشباب، وما هذا كله إلا بسبب تسهيل عمليات الدفع. فالشركات كان لها يد في زيادة الاستهلاك، فقدمت لهم ما يسمى اشتري الآن وادفع لاحقا.
فما هو الحل لتحرير البيئة والأفراد من هذا الإرهاق المستمر؟ يأتي الحل على لسان محمود درويش حين قال: أثر الفراشة لا يرى، أثر الفراشة لا يزول. فحين يكتمل الوعي يكمن في وعي الأفراد، إذ لا حدود للاستهلاك ما لم نضعها نحن بأنفسنا بسلوكيات يسيرة لكنها جوهرية: اختيار واعي للمنتج، تقليل للشراء، وإعادة التدوير. فحين يكتمل الوعي يصبح الإنسان رقيب ذاته، صاحب قرار سليم ومسؤول. ولكن كيف نصل إلى هذا الوعي؟ نبدأ بأنفسنا وبمن حولنا. نبدأ بخطوات صغيرة لكنها مؤثرة، كأن ينضم الطالب إلى نواد بيئية كنادي البيئة والاستدامة في جامعة قطر، ومحدثتكم هي رئيسة ذلك النادي. هنا نخلق دائرة واعية تتعلم وتلهم، وتمتد هذه الدائرة حين نصغي الأصوات التي تحمل رسالة بيئية صادقة من شخصيات وناشطين يكشفون عنا ما نجهله ويضيئون لنا زوايا لم نكن نراها. ثم نرى هذا الوعي يتجسد أمامنا في مبادرات جميلة كمبادرة تبادل الملابس في أسبوع الاستدامة في الجامعة. وإن كانت هذه مبادرة صغيرة لكنها كفيلة بأن توسع دائرة الوعي. جامعة قطر وتحديداً كلية الإدارة والاقتصاد فتحت نوافذ الاستدامة ليدخل نور الوعي من خلالها لطلاب الكلية عبر معايير تقييم تستند إلى الاستدامة، فمشاريع ودراسات حالات وحتى اختبارات تقيس وعي الطالب وفهمه لممارسات الاستدامة. فالوعي هو مفتاح الحل، ومن أدرك أصل الداء سهل عليه الدواء.
فحين نرتقي من وعي الفرد إلى وعي المنظومة ندرك أن التغيير يكمن في تبني الشركات والحكومات طاقات الشباب لبناء هذا العالم، وأن تفرض الحكومات ضرائب تردع جشع الاستهلاك السريع في أنظمة التقسيط والدفع لاحقاً، حرصاً على حماية المستهلك والعامل بها. خطوة صغيرة لكنها أول الطريق، وتقود الحكومات التحول الأخضر عبر دعم التقنيات الصديقة للبيئة مثل التبييض بالأوزون وبدائل الكلور. فقد أثبتت دراسة في مجلة الطب الحيوي أنها تخفض الانبعاثات وتسرب المواد الكيميائية إلى النصف، وهذا نصف الحل للمشكلة. فيمتد هذا التحول ليشمل مستحضرات التجميل، فتتحول العبوات إلى مواد مستدامة تعاد إلى دورة الإنتاج بدلاً من أن ترمى. وقد تبنت شركة لش هذا التحول وتزايد معها وعي المستهلكين، وخير دليل عليه هو ما تم ذكره اليوم من أكثر من خطاب. هذه الحلول لا تنتظر نطاقاً محدداً لتطبق، إنها قابلة للبدء من أي نقطة متى ما تكاملت جهود الشركات مع سياسات الحكومات.
بعد تطرقي لسؤال جدتي عن كيفية ممارستها للاستدامة منذ 80 عاماً، فأجابت: كنت آخذ قمصان جدك القديمة وأجعل منها خرقة لتنظيف المطبخ. منذ سنوات عديدة برزت كلمة بشكل واضح وجلي في جامعة قطر: الاستدامة، وكلمة أخرى التأثير المجتمعي. شكل لنا معا الكلمة الثالثة: الروح، الروح التي تجسد جوهر جامعة قطر. ها نحن الآن معا نحمل هذه الراية علها تصل إلى الأجيال القادمة كما وصلت إلينا. اسمحوا لي اليوم أن أحيي جدتي الواعية الحاضرة معنا اليوم.
بارك الله فيكم وفاكم الفوز إن شاء الله.
I would like to call on the next university, Ras Al Khaimah Medical and Health Sciences University, Ras Al Khaimah College of Medicine, UAE. The next team is Al Ain University, Al Ain UAE. Please come and sit on the second row.
Testing. No, we should go. Testing. I'm testing. The pointer.
It begins with sunlight, pure, golden, and full of promise. It touches oceans, fields, and faces, breathing life into our world. But as that light travels, it meets human hands, weaving fabric, blending color, shaping beauty. And in that creation lies a choice to harm or to heal the planet that gives us light.
Here in the UAE, where innovation makes responsibility, every choice we make is not just only for style, it's for sustainability.
But beauty and style are just personal. Do my choices really have an influence?
Sure, your choice might seem small, but when millions of us make the exact same choice every single day, don't you think it adds up? That's when it builds impact. So now imagine your wardrobe for a moment. Every shirt, every lipstick, every shoe that you own has a journey, a hidden journey that's connected to our comfort and someone else's struggle.
Low wages, unsafe factories, chemical exposures, and long hours, all for the demand of our new. Do most shoppers even stop and think about it for a moment?
That's exactly what our project is all about. As medical students, we don't see beauty and style as just aesthetics, but we see biology and public health intertwined. When we discovered the hidden story, we realized the problem isn't small, it's in fact global.
Fashion emits 10% of global emissions, with the UAE discarding 210,000 tons of garments and 25 million pairs of shoes annually. At this point, isn't inspiration and accountability just forgotten?
To see how these habits appear in our society, we took a survey of more than 200 participants of students and young professionals. In our survey, we saw that 38% of the respondents buy 3 to 5 pieces of clothing every month, and 80% of the respondents said that they purchase cosmetics regularly.
Yet, only 21% consider sustainability before purchasing, and 57% have never owned a thrifted item in their lives.
Because in every thrifted item I store, not everything is produced in the right, correct way. In these upcoming slides, we'll be talking about the solutions and progressions that we can implement to make this clean labeling secure and sustainable.
These are the ingredients that are present in the most common cosmetics: phthalates, parabens, bisphenols, synthetic dyes, and fragrances. All of these are linked to hormonal disruption, infertility, and even cancer.
Yet, only 74% of people check labels before they buy, and 90% just buy based on price and brands.
Workers handling cheap dyes are exposed to low-dose chemicals every single day. Yet, we see that only 1/3 of the consumers care about supply chain transparency. Isn't this confusing?
But of course, because 67% of people choose to provide either sustainable choices, but with trust and accountability, public awareness is verified.
Despite knowing the harmful effects, people prioritize convenience and pricing.
Many people donate their clothes, but most people, they still discard damaged goods into general trash. Does that even help?
Sure, partial solutions are much better than none, but we need a systemic change in order to bring a meaningful impact.
Exactly, and that's where real solutions come in. Not just for awareness, but using the practical tools to put that understanding into action.
Now, imagine a world where you can scan a QR code on a garment you own and see its entire life story. Its chemical composition, its economical footprint, where it was made, and how it was disposed of.
But would people even actually notice and use this?
They will notice it when transparency does not become hidden. Everything that stops being hidden stops with the public awareness verification in 2 steps.
In fact, in India, brands like Virgio already use this kind of model. So now imagine UAE adopting this very model. It builds trust between buyers and brands and reduces purchase liability, which is blind. So this shows us that our model is very transparent and it's practical, not just theoretical.
67% of the consumers in our survey said their main barrier is affordability. So is there a way we can maybe make the harmful materials cost more and the eco-friendly ones cost lesser?
Yes, that's exactly what true cost policy is all about. So imagine brands that have harmful materials pay way higher taxes, and brands that use sustainable materials are completely waived off taxes. So this helps in the market demand and helps that harmful materials become way more expensive and the cheaper ones become way less affordable.
Imagine manufacturers are supposed to document and verify all their waste, and all of the discharge is logged onto a national database. But the question is, will companies even comply with this?
Yes, of course. We had a survey that mentioned that 84% of people prefer to work in a strict safety habit on making garments and clothes in a way that it could be sustainable for us and many others.
Well, when all waste is QR logged and nationally monitored with penalties and incentives built in, that's when accountability becomes real.
And now we introduce the UAE Green Label. It is a thing we made that we can make an affordable license certificate that every product is brought through and put it in a label, either in a jacket or suit. This idea proves that it had filled many gaps that international labels didn't fit. But it didn't go under just for elegance. It went for integrity.
We see this in a few brands, like By Rotation, a UK-based brand that recycled over 100,000 meters of fabric by simply prioritizing renting. We see this in another brand, RAKMHSU, an Indian-based brand that has prioritized leasing over purchasing.
If sustainability is really possible, why isn't it widely adopted yet?
Because the challenge is practical integration, not feasibility.
Now tuning into our expert insights. We personally went and interviewed experts on these topics. So a Dubai-based dermatologist suggested that we should check labels before buying them because many unregulated cosmetics have harmful consequences on health. This is preventive medicine.
Glotera's CEO mentioned when fashion is impactful without any harm. And the CEO of the Given Moment also mentioned that fashion is powerful when it gives back.
See, even expert advice doesn't guarantee action. How do we ensure impact?
We ensure impact by providing a slow fashion revolution, which is about buying with a purpose. And the Given Moment is already way ahead of us, with every purchase made for real causes, from the Gaza relief to the sustainable workforce factor, ensuring that fashion can really benefit humanitarian needs.
This is what our broad solution is. Our broad solution is to help and back brands that support sustainability, that respect both human beings and the planet alike.
So, if your lipstick listed its carbon footprint, would you still buy it? If your shirt listed how much water it wasted, would it still feel the same?
Well, transparency doesn't aim to shame its consumers. When paired with awareness and collaboration between NGOs and policymakers, it can drive a lasting change.
And now we return back to the sunlight where this journey began.
From the garments we wear to the creams we apply.
Beauty that doesn't harm.
Fashion that doesn't exploit.
And a future that we can stand behind. Because when... End it, خلاص. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to call on the next university, Al Ain University, Al Ain UAE.
يا فتيات، لقد وصلتنا شروط المسابقة، وكما يبدو أنه علينا اختيار موضوع البحث، فما رأيكم؟
فلنختار موضوعا نعرفه كي يكون العمل سهلا.
لما لا نختار موضوعا نجهله تماما ليكون أكثر تميزا وإثارة؟
هذه فكرة رائعة حقا. لدي هنا موضوع حقا مثير للاهتمام ولم أسمع عنه من قبل. أثر المستحضرات التجميلية والملابس على البصمة البيئية.
وأنا كذلك لم أكن أعرف أن مستحضرات التجميل والملابس يمكنها أن تؤثر في البيئة.
إننا نستخدم مستحضرات التجميل والملابس بشكل يومي دون أن نتساءل عن أثرها على البيئة.
إذن لنجعل فضولنا هو الدافع لاختيار هذا الموضوع، فما رأيكم؟
نعم، لقد اخترناه.
فلنبدأ بتعريف البصمة البيئية. هي كل أثر يسببه منتج على البيئة كاستهلاك الطاقة واستهلاك الماء وكذلك المخلفات والتلوث.
هل كل آثار مستحضرات التجميل والملابس تؤثر على البيئة؟
نعم، فإن بعض الملابس تصنع من أقمشة اصطناعية كالبوليستر، وعند غسلها تنفصل منها ألياف دقيقة تتسرب إلى المحيطات. وأما بالنسبة لمنتجات التجميل فإن بعضها يصنع من مواد قد تؤثر سلباً على البيئة والكائنات الحية.
إذا نحن نؤثر على البيئة دون قصد؟
بلى، ولكن هل يدرك الطلبة في سلطنة عمان والإمارات هذه الحقائق؟ أعني نحن نمثل كلية التربية، هذا من واجبنا أن ندعوهم للمعرفة، فبلا وعي لا يوجد هناك تغيير، وبلا تغيير فما الفائدة من هذه من هذا الوعي بلا تغيير.
إذن سوف نقوم بعمل استبانة لنقيس مدى وعي الطلاب في هذا الموضوع.
والأهم من ذلك هي معرفة كيف توصيل المعلومات ونشر الوعي بين الطلبة وطلبة الجامعات والمدارس.
وأيضاً من المهم أن نعرف إلى أي مدى يناقش المعلمون وأولياء الأمور الخيارات الأكثر استدامة في مجال المنتجات التجميلية والملابس بين الطلاب.
إذن سنسأل الطلبة عن موضوع البيئة وسنعمل استبيان في هذا.
ولا تنسى أيضا قياس مدى وعي الطلبة ورغبتهم وإمكانيتهم في تقبل هذه التغييرات وتبني خيارات أكثر استدامة.
وأيضاً يجب علينا أن نسألهم ما هي أكثر الطرق فعالية التي يمكن تطبيقها لطلاب المدارس والجامعات لرفع وعيهم حول موضوع الاستدامة والاستهلاك.
كما موضح على الشاشة في الاستبيان، فإن هناك قلة كثيرة بين العائلات والمعلمين في النقاش عن هذا الموضوع.
كما يتوضح لدينا في النتائج أن مستوى وعي الطلبة وفهمهم كما قسناه من خلال هذا الاستبيان بلغ 65%، وأفاد العديد منهم بأن هذا الاستبيان أثار فضولهم فقاموا بالبحث عبر الإنترنت ليثيروا فضولهم والإجابة على الأسئلة التي راودتهم بسبب هذا الاستبيان.
وهذا يعني أن الاستبانة فادت في نشر الوعي بين الطلاب طلاب المدارس والجامعات.
وأيضاً توصلنا من خلال هذا الاستبيان وعندما سألنا الطلاب ما هي أكثر الطرق التي تزيد وعيهم في هذا الموضوع، فكانت أكثر إجاباتهم هي عن طريق وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي والورشات التي تقام في المدارس وغيرها. فمن خلال ذلك قد قمنا بإنشاء حساب على منصة الإنستغرام لزيادة ونشر الوعي بين الطلبة.
واخترنا اسم وير أوير ليكون ملهما ومبسطا لهم.
وفي الختام يجب علينا أن ندرك أن تأثير المنتجات والملابس لا يقتصر فقط على الطابع الخارجي للشخص، وإنما يمتد تأثيرها ليؤثر على بيئتنا وأرضنا التي نعيش عليها. وأيضا يجب علينا أن نتذكر أن استخدام المنتجات الأكثر استدامة والملائمة للبيئة يعكس وعينا ومسؤوليتنا تجاه هذه الأرض الطيبة التي نعيش فيها. وأيضا عليكم أن تتذكروا بأن التغير الحقيقي يبدأ من الفرد، وكما قال الشيخ زايد بن سلطان طيب الله ثراه: إننا نولي بيئتنا جل اهتمامنا، فهي جزء عضوي من دولتنا وتراثنا وحضارتنا. وشكرا لكم. كان هذا حوار بسيط عن الشيء الذي قمنا به أول ما وصلنا موضوع المسابقة.
Thank you to our second set of presenters for the first topic. Please give a big round of applause to yourselves for doing a tremendous job of putting forth your viewpoints. شكرا لمجموعتنا الثانية من مقدمي الموضوع الأول. من فضلكم صفقوا لأنفسكم للقيام بعمل هائل في طرح آرائكم. Now we will take a 10 minutes refreshments break, and when we reconvene, we shall be hearing from the rest of the presenters. Please make sure to be back by 1 to ensure that we start on time. والآن سنأخذ استراحة مرطبات مدتها 10 دقائق، وبعدها سنستمع إلى مقدمي العروض المتبقين. يرجى العودة في تمام الساعة 1 ظهرا للتأكد من أننا نبدأ في الوقت المحدد. شكرا. Welcome back, everyone. We will continue with the topic Cosmetics and Clothes, the Environmental and Socio-Economic Footprint. أهلا بكم من جديد. نواصل مع موضوعنا أثر مستحضرات التجميل وصناعة الملابس على البصمة البيئية والاجتماعية والاقتصادية. Dear judges, please note that the teams from Jazan University, College of Business, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and higher colleges of technology Dubai campuses, Dubai, UAE, are not here with us today. I would like to call on the next university, LDN, the International Institution, Business Management, Sharjah, UAE. The next team is from Sohara University, College of Education, Sultanate of Oman. Please sit in the second row.
Fully inside is fine.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, I need you to mute that presentation. Okay, mute it completely. Yeah, volume will be completely muted.
I'll put it on my necklace because this is way too high. I feel like.
Do it here. Should I follow?
No, it's better because. Yeah, hello. Yeah. Hello. Yeah.
Is that mute?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
get up.
I will. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of my team, I'd like to thank you all for being here with us.
We are a group of 4 students. I myself, Muhammad,
Fiza,
Balaz, and Amal,
representing London D International College. We all use clothes and cosmetics every single day. But how often do we stop and think, what does it cost the planet? Not in money, but in air, water, land, pollution, and human lives.
today we're taking you behind the scenes of an industry that's colorful on the outside, but often dark on the inside. This is the environmental and socio-economic footprint of clothes and cosmetics.
Fashion produces more carbon emissions than all the international flights and shipping combined. And the beauty industry, it produces above 120 billion pieces of packaging every single year.
Our everyday habits, such as the t-shirt you buy, the makeup you use, all of these choices shape global pollution. So these small choices do really matter.
Exactly. So now, let's move on to clothing. A single t-shirt, it requires up to 2,700 liters of water to be made. And that's what a person drinks for about 3 years. And a pair of jeans, it takes about 10,000 liters of water. Can you even imagine that?
Every second, a truckload of clothes is either burned or dumped into landfills. And the dyeing process itself pollutes rivers so badly that in some countries, rivers change color due to fashion trends.
Most of our clothing is polyester, which is basically plastic. And when we wash it, billions of tiny particles break off. And clothing now contributes towards 35% of microplastics, which is found in the oceans.
But the environmental cost is only half of the story. Fashion employs 1 in every 8 workers. And these workers have really harsh working conditions, low wages, and extremely long working hours.
That cheap t-shirt someone buys for 20 dirhams, somebody else paid the real amount on it.
Now let's move on to cosmetics. The shimmer you see in makeup products that we use today comes from mica. and it's mined in extremely harsh environments, and most of the times child labor is utilized for mica mining.
Microbeads and glitters ends up in oceans. Millions of plastic containers ends up in landfills, and palm oil, which is the main product in beauty products, ends up in oceans and landfills and results in huge pollution.
Even the fragrances that you guys use every day contain harmful chemicals that block up waterways because they simply don't break down. Pretty packaging?
Ugly footprint. But here's the positive part. The UAE is seriously moving towards sustainability.
We have textile recycling pilots all over Dubai and Abu Dhabi. And we have donation bins all over every community. And we have a growing number of eco-friendly brands all over the UAE.
The UAE Green Agenda 2030 pushes companies to reduce wastage and promote circular systems, which shows that sustainability isn't a trend here. It's part of the future. Now, let's refer on to a pie chart which shows us the waste breakdown in a cosmetic industry. First of all, as you all can see, we have plastic packaging, which takes up more than 50%, up to 55% of the whole graph. As we all know, we use cosmetics daily, right? We all know that most of the cosmetic products packaging is made from plastic. And plastic takes a very long time to degrade into the ground. And so it remains on the world, on the earth for such a long time. And it ends up in the oceans, landfills, and creates problems, issues for the aquatic life. Next, we have chemical waste. Chemicals like petroleum jelly, glycerin, chemical compounds like acidic and basic compounds are really used in the cosmetic industry. Next, that constitutes up to 20% of the whole chart. Next, we have microplastics, which are basically tiny particles of plastic. These particles are added into cosmetics to give them a shiny and a glimmery kind of look. These as well take too much time to degrade into the soil, and then it ends up in landfills and creates pollution. And as we all know, plastic, the packaging, the microplastics, chemical waste, for example, face masks, the cans of makeup products, none of these are recyclable, as these are being used on personal skin. So, non-recyclable products, materials, they constitute up to 10% of the whole graph.
So, you can see the graph, the bar graph over here, which says the usage of water, the amount of usage of water a cosmetics and clothes wanted. See, comparatively, lipstick and shampoo is lesser than jeans, t-shirt and cotton dress. As jeans, one pair of jeans is having 10,000 liters of water usage. A one t-shirt, 2,700 liters of water. And a cotton cloth, 8,000 liters of water. Cosmetics needed water, but not as much as cloth. So comparatively, cloth is having the higher usage of water.
The chart shows how carbon pollution is created when different kind of clothing is made. We have t-shirt, jeans, jacket, sneakers. T-shirt creates pollution up to 2.5 kg of carbon dioxide, which is less. We have sneakers. It creates pollution about 14 kg of carbon dioxide, which is a little bit more than t-shirt. But jeans, as we all know, it's heavier. So it creates 20 kg of carbon dioxide. Jackets, as we all know, it's heavier and a little bit complex. So it creates 30 kg of carbon dioxide. So the more heavier and complex the clothing would be, the more carbon pollution it would produce. Smart shopping versus overconsumption. Behind me there are two girls with two different mentality of shopping. On my right side, you can see a girl is shopping wisely. She is picking what's coming in front of her. She is checking price, durability, quality. She is prioritizing quality over quantity. On the left, she is picking everything what comes in front of her, she's picking impulsively. So she is not checking durability, she is not checking product quality, she is not even checking the price tag. It impacts our environment a lot. So it's up to us that we choose quality over quantity or quantity over quality for our better environment.
Do you guys think we are just talking about sustainability? No, we are taking action on it. Our college launched a movement which is Go Green. We collected over 100 kilograms of clothes and donated and recycled.
So what can we do here? Because the truth is, change starts with us.
Buy less, choose better.
Donate it instead of throwing it away.
Rent outfits for one-time event.
Use cosmetic products or skincare which can be refillable.
Small actions multiplied by thousands of people can cause industry-wide changes. The future of fashion doesn't depend on brands alone.
It depends on the choices we make every single day.
So join us today to choose the conscious path, to choose sustainability, to choose to go green. Thank you.
You want this one? Yes, but you all have 5, no? Yeah. So one should take at least one. Just one.
2 minutes, please. There's a technical issue.
Yeah, okay.
I do this in my bucket.
Yeah, put in your bucket.
Okay.
And
Then
this you can attach.
هاي بسم الله شوف اهلا 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 نايس
لا انا وياهم ناخذ
وش here start here
start
ملهم جلس هنا يلا هنا عبد الله سير من ذاك الصوب زين ما يضغط هذا اوكي 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 اضغط
There's a technical glitch. The screen is not, the panel is not working.
Okay.
There's a technical glitch with the screen. Just 2 minutes while it's being fixed, please.
نبدأ.
I would like to announce the next university, Sohar University, Sultanate of Oman. Please begin.
في عام 2022 حينما كان يعيش الاتحاد الأوروبي بشغف ذروة رفاهيته الاقتصادية، استهلك الفرد منهم نحو 19 كيلوغراما من الملابس والأحذية والمنسوجات المنزلية، وهو ما يعادل أكثر من 8 ملايين طن من المنسوجات.
ومع تضاعف إنتاج الألياف عالميا خلال العقدين الماضيين قد يصل إلى 147 مليون طن بحلول عام 2030 بفضل الموضة السريعة والعروض الموسمية وإدمان الشراء المستمر والمصانع التي تعمل وكأن الأرض لا تئن تحتها. ولم يكن غريبا أن تتسارع أيضا قيمة صناعة الأزياء السريعة عالميا لتبلغ حوالي 150 مليار دولار بنمو يتجاوز 10% منذ عام 2024، ومن المتوقع أن تصل إلى 291 مليار دولار بحلول عام 2032.
مدفوعة بإنتاج لا يعرف الكلل، وأسواق رقمية تبيع الوهم بسرعة، وتصاميم تتغير قبل أن يهدأ المستهلك، وثقافة تلهث خلف الجديد وكأن الخزانة بلا نهاية. وعلى ما جاءت به تقارير الأمم المتحدة أن الموضة السريعة مسؤولة عن نحو 10% من انبعاثات الكربون العالمية و20% من مياه الصرف الصناعي. كما أشارت مؤسسة إلين ماك آثا بأن صناعة الأزياء تنتج سنويا 92 مليون طن من النفايات النسيجية، ولا يعاد تدوير سوى 12% منها.
تلتهم الأرض كما لو أنها كانت لعبة، تثقل خزائننا وتغرق الشوارع بالأقمشة وتدفع العالم كله للركض خلف الجديد بلا توقف.
نعم، كل هذا الخراب وأكثر يحدث باسم الموضة وبنقرة زر.
ريان، ملهم. الأرقام التي ترونها ليست مدعاة للفخر. أنتم تتحدثون عن الموضة وأنا أسمع صرخة الأرض. تلك الأرقام التي بدت إنجازا اقتصاديا تخفي وراءها أزمة بيئية تتضخم بصمت بينما ننشغل بتبديل ملابسنا. نعم، تبدو كإعلان مغرم، اشتري أكثر وأنقذ الاقتصاد، لكن خلف هذا الشعار اللامع كوكبنا يختنق من بخار المصانع وتغرق أنهاره بألوان الموضة الزائلة. إنتاج الملابس اليوم لا يعني أناقة، بل تلوثا يلون الماء والهواء والتربة. ووفقا لتقرير صادر عن بلاستيك سوب فاونديشن، تسهم الألياف الصناعية المستخدمة في صناعة الأزياء بما يصل إلى 35% من المايكرو بلاستيك الذي يلوث البحار وتعود إلينا على أطباقنا. تخيلوا، نحن نأكل أناقتنا ونصفق لمن يبيعنا الوهم باسم الاستدامة. أي سخرية هذه؟ ليست موضة بل دائرة تلتهم الكوكب.
لكن إن كنتم تظنون أن رحلة الأناقة هذه قد انتهت عند الخيوط والأقمشة، فهذا يعني أنكم نسيتم فصلا كاملا عنوانه مستحضرات التجميل. أهلا بكم في عالم يلمع أكثر من اللازم، حيث الزجاجات تلمع أكثر من وجوهنا، ويقاس النجاح بعدد الخطوات في روتين عنايتنا ببشرتنا. فقد شهد العالم في السنوات الأخيرة ارتفاعا هائلا في استهلاك مستحضرات التجميل، حيث بلغت مبيعات هذا القطاع 446 مليار دولار عام 2023، بعد أن كانت تبلغ حوالي 380 مليار دولار عام 2019، أي بزيادة تجاوزت 10% خلال 4 سنوات فقط.
كل هذا لنبدو مميزين ومشرقين، حتى لو كان الكوكب يئن تحت وطأة هذه البريقات البلاستيكية. نعم، البلاستيك يختبئ خلف كل مرطب وجه، وحوالي 90% من العبوات ترمى بعد استخدام واحد فقط. نجمل وجوهنا مرة ونقتل بحارنا 1000 مرة. أما الميكروبلاستيك في بعض هذه المنتجات فهو لا يكتفي بتزيين بشرتنا، بل يهاجر إلى محيطاتنا، يختبئ في الأسماك ثم يعود ليقف على أطباقنا. قلناها سابقا، نحن نأكل أناقتنا ونصفق لمن يبيعنا الاستدامة في زجاجة صغيرة. أما هنا على اليابسة فالكارثة لا تقل جمالا، فخلف كل أحمر شفاه آلاف الآلاف من العمال، ومئات المئات من المواد الطبيعية المستخرجة، ومئات الآلاف من التجارب على الحيوانات سنويا. كل هذا ليبدو وجهنا أكثر إشراقا وكوكبنا أكثر سوادا.
ربما ظن البعض أن لا نهاية لهذا البريق الزائف، لكن العالم بدأ يستيقظ. لم تقف الجهات الحكومية خطوات توجه على لقد اتخذ الاتحاد الأوروبي خطوات مهمة للحد من تأثير هذه المنتجات على البيئة من خلال فرض قيود على استخدام الميكروبلاستيك في مستحضرات التجميل، كما ألزم الشركات بدفع تكاليف معالجة الملوثات الدقيقة في مياه الصرف الصحي وفقا لمبدأ من يلوث يدفع. وفي السياق نفسه أصدر برنامج الأمم المتحدة للبيئة توجيهات تشجع على تقليل استخدام الميكروبلاستيك في مستحضرات التجميل لما تسببه من تلوث للمحيطات، مما أدت التوجيهات إلى التخلص التدريجي من هذه الجزيئات وتطوير بدائل أكثر أمانا للبيئة. هكذا بدأ العالم يفهم أن الجمال لا ينبغي أن يلطخ وجه الكوكب.
ولأن التغيير لا يكون إلا بالفعل، خطت سلطنة عمان خطوات واثقة لتنظيم قطاع مستحضرات التجميل، فأصدرت هيئة حماية المستهلك قرارات جديدة تعزز سلامة هذه المنتجات في الأسواق العمانية، فحظرت بيع المستحضرات التي تحتوي على مادة MNM لما تشكله من مخاطر عند التعرض لأشعة الشمس، إذ تمنع تماما في واقيات الشمس ويسمح بها بنسب محدودة جدا في باقي المنتجات الأخرى. كما نظمت الهيئة بيع المستحضرات التي تحتوي على مادتي الهيدروكينون والزئبق بحيث لا تباع إلا بعد الحصول على موافقات رسمية من وزارة الصحة ووزارة التجارة والصناعة، وتصل الغرامات على المخالفين إلى 1000 ريال العماني وتضاعف في حال تكرارها.
في جامعة صحار حيث يلتقي العلم بالإبداع، يعمل فريقنا البحثي على دراسة الطحالب البنية وتحويلها من كائن بحري عادي إلى مورد ذهبي للحياة المستدامة. وقد جاءت فكرتنا من دراسات أجريت في جامعة السلطان قابوس، والتي كشفت أن هذه الطحالب مثل سار جاسم وبادينا تحتوي على مادة الجينات الصوديوم القابلة للاستخراج والتحويل إلى ألياف حيوية قابلة للتحلل. وانطلاقا من تلك المعطيات قمنا بتصميم نموذج تصوري يوضح إمكانية دمج هذه الألياف مع القطن لتكوين أقمشة صديقة للبيئة لا تخلف ميكروبلاستيك ولا تلوث ماء ولا هواء. كما بين بحثنا أن هذه الطحالب يمكن أن تجد أيضا طريقها إلى مجال التجميل وتعمل كمرطب طبيعي يحافظ على البيئة ويجعل البشرة مشرقة. إنها فكرة تجمع بين العلم والجمال وتحول موردا طبيعيا واحدا إلى حل بيئي مبتكر.
وفي ظل التحديات الناتجة عن الاستخدام المفرط في تغليف مستحضرات التجميل والملابس، نعمل على مشروع تغليف بيئي مبتكر من نواة ودبس التمر، يجسد مفهوم الاقتصاد الدائري من خلال تحويل المخلفات الزراعية إلى مورد إنتاجي مستدام. تبدأ القصة هنا من بساتين النخيل، حيث نقوم على استخلاص مخلفات نوى التمر ودبسه واستخدامها كمصدر كربون طبيعي لإنتاج بوليمر حيوي قابل للتحلل عبر بكتيريا كوبريا فيدس نيكتور المعدلة وراثيا. وقد جاء هذا التوجه العلمي استنادا إلى بحث أثبته مجلة Industrial Crops and Products بعنوان تقييم زيت نوى التمر ودبسه كمصادر كربون جديدة. يهدف هذا الابتكار تحويل المخلفات إلى تغليف بيئي قابل للتحلل يقلل التلوث البلاستيكي ويقلل الانبعاثات الكربونية معتمدا على مواد منخفضة التكلفة، ويسهم في خلق فرص في مجالات التكنولوجيا الحيوية وإعادة التدوير، خالقا توازن اقتصاديا واجتماعيا.
ولأن التغيير يبدأ بالوعي، كان لابد من خطوة تقرب الفكرة من الناس تماشيا مع رؤية عمان 2040 نحو بيئة مستدامة. كوننا ضمن المجلس البيئي التابع لهيئة البيئة عملنا على تطوير موقعنا بصمة ليكون أداة تسهم في ترسيخ ثقافة الاستهلاك المسؤول. قمنا جميعا بتطوير وتصميم بصمة بدعم من شركة أيمن دب، إيماننا بأن التغيير يبدأ بالوعي. هذه الشراكات تجسد أهمية التعاون من أجل مستقبل أكثر استدامة، وهكذا تتحول التقنية من وسيلة استهلاك إلى وسيلة وعي وإنقاذ.
ويبقى التساؤل بعد كل هذا، هل حقا نود أن يكون جمالنا اليوم سببا في اختناق الأرض غدا؟
متى سنعي أن جمالنا ليس في ملابسنا الأنيقة ولا في زجاجاتنا اللامعة،
بل في أفعالنا اتجاه أرضنا. نحن من نملك القدرة على التغيير.
نحن من بيدنا أن نحول وعينا إلى واقع والفكرة إلى حل.
ومعا بالجهود المشتركة نستطيع أن نصنع فرقا حقيقيا من أجل كوكب يتنفس بحرية.
وحش النقبي.
I would like to call on the next university, Afett University, Afett College of Business, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They will be joining us virtually today.
Our topic is cosmetics and clothes.
Excuse me?
The environmental
Please stop. Please.
Yes. Restart.
Can you full screen the presentation?
Okay.
Slideshow, please. Okay. Please adjust the camera.
Hello, did it work?
Yes, but on two screens.
Do you have any idea how we can make it on one screen?
Yeah, okay, it's good now.
Yes.
You can begin once the camera is recentered.
Okay, we can begin.
Students, just
Can I begin?
Yes, you can begin.
Good morning, everyone. We are students from Afett University, and we are honored to present today at the 25th Inter-College Environmental Public Speaking Competition. Our topic is cosmetics and clothes, the environmental and socio-economic footprint. We'll briefly walk through the environmental impact, the socio-economic impact, our solution if loop, and our conclusions. Now I'll hand it over to Reem to begin with the first section.
Good morning. Every morning we choose what to wear and what to apply, but we rarely choose to think what happens after. The clothes we wear, the product we use to feel clean, they are silently dirtying our planet. And I would like to ask you something. Can you imagine that the fashion and cosmetic industry today worth over $1 trillion? Which means if these two industries have this amount, which is $1 trillion, the impact will be the same, which leads us and remind us that there is no beauty on a dead planet. And now it will be easily to know that our skincare and our style is bigger than we think. Together, fashion and beauty hold the power to harm or to heal. Every purchase we make is a kind of vote of what world we want to live in. This is not about guilt, it's about awareness and taking an action. Now I will introduce my friend Mona.
So now let's start off with the major effect that the clothing industry and the cosmetic industry affect. And that is the environmental footprint. So the environmental footprint, we have three major points for them. For the microplastics and the microbeads, around 11 million tons of cosmetic plastics enter the ocean every year, which means that this affects the marine life and ends up killing the animals under the ocean, which negatively impacts our environment. Moving on to the second point, packaging and waste. Around 14% is done from recycling. However, 70% of the cosmetic products waste ends in landfills and in ocean, which also ends up killing the animals under the ocean, which kills the animals and negatively impacts our environment. And then moving on for the carbon emissions, our cosmetic industry is responsible for an estimated 2% of our greenhouse effect, which comes from the manufacturing of the cosmetic products and the production of those products, as well as the production. Moving on, to the environmental footprint with the clothing industry, we need to know that to produce 1 kilogram of fabric, we have to extract 1,930 liters of irrigation, which is water, from rivers and lakes, plus 6 liters of rainwater that lands on crops. So to extract this amount of water, it negatively affects our environment. Moving on to the water pollution, the clothing industry is responsible for 20% of the water pollution, and this comes from the fabric dyeing, which happens after the production of the fabric, and also from the wastewater from factories. And lastly, with the textile waste, every year the world throws away around 92 million tons of clothes, and this is around so yes, this is a huge amount, which again negatively affects our environment. So after all these numbers and statistics that I've showcased to you, it shows how much there's a huge amount of water usage, water pollution, and textile waste, which negatively affects our environment. And now I'm going to hand the mic to Isa, who will talk about the second factor that is affected by the clothing industry and the cosmetic industry.
Okay, so let's talk about the cosmetic factory or industry. So the biggest issue faced is mica mining. What is mica? It's basically shimmer that we get from makeup. Now, 80% of these brands, they're not going to tell you where do the shimmers come from. Why? Because they want us consumers to buy it. And it's actually these young children, as you can see in the picture, that they're the ones who are working in the dangerous mines, collecting shimmer for us. Because if these brands tell us where they got it from, we won't end up buying them. Another thing about these brands is that they label the product, it's eco-friendly, it's clean, which is called greenwashing. When matter of fact, the product is actually not even clean. Lastly, I want to mention something about the beauty industry. About the beauty industry is that they set unrealistic beauty standards, where us people who get so influenced by social media, we buy things online, we get pressured because we're seeing whatever's online and we want to be updated to the recent trends and beauty trends and all. So, behind every shimmer and beauty trend we see, what we really don't see is the real social issues. Moving on to the next, we have the fashion industry. In the fashion industry, there are millions of people who are employed around the world, but they end up working in such bad conditions. Most garment workers, they don't even earn a living wage, and they also work 10 to 16 hours a day. An example I want to talk about is the Rana Plaza incident in Bangladesh that happened in 2013. Did you know that over 1,000 workers have died? Why? The building collapsed because it was not even properly ventilated. Conditions were so unsafe. They were pressured to work faster to produce cheaper clothes, which is known as microtrend. At the end, what was costed? Human lives were costed. Now, I would like you to introduce Ghalia, my colleague.
Okay, so before we introduce our solutions, we need to understand the problem we're targeting. Today, landfills are filling up fashion and cosmetic waste faster than we can manage it. The fashion industry alone discards 120 million tons of clothing every year, and more than 50% of cosmetic packaging never gets recycled at all. These materials sit in landfills for decades, leaking toxins, releasing microplastics, and damaging ecosystems. But the issue isn't only environmental, it's also behavioral. People buy more, throw away more, and often don't know where to recycle. Recycling systems are inconvenient, confusing, and simply unavailable in most communities. And that's where our solution, EcoLoop, comes in. EcoLoop is a smart, AI-powered recycling machine designed for public spaces. EcoLoop is a practical and innovative step reducing waste created by cosmetics and clothing. Here's how it works. A user simply drops old clothes or empty cosmetic containers into the machine. EcoLoop uses AI to scan each item and sort it by material, ensuring accurate, high-quality recycling. Once the materials are sorted, the user immediately receives eco-points, rewards they can use for discounts or donate to environmental causes. After that, everything collected is sent to certified recycling facilities where the materials are reused or remanufactured instead of ending up in landfills.
This simple process creates real impact. EcoLoop reduces landfill waste, microplastics, and carbon emissions. It encourages conscious consumption and helps create opportunities for green jobs. Economically, it also shifts people towards sustainable brands by making recycling rewarding rather than inconvenient. Our future truly depends on the choices we make today. The main challenge we face is a global system built on waste, overconsumption, and hidden exploitation. Much of the environmental and social harm behind beauty and fashion happens out of sight, which makes it easier to ignore. But the world is changing, and the path forward is becoming clearer. Consumers are becoming more aware, sustainable markets are expanding every year, and innovative solutions like EcoLoop make it easier for people to take action. This shift brings us closer to a circular economy where materials are reused rather than wasted. So here's our call to action. Choose conscious consumption instead of fast fashion, support brands that are transparent and ethical, and demand innovative solutions in your community. Again, every purchase we make is a vote for the kind of world we want to live in.
These are the key references that informed our research, including UNEP, BCG, Clean Hub, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and the ILO. We use them to ensure our data is accurate and credible. Thank you for listening. Our presentation inspires a more conscious choice in fashion and beauty. Together, we can move toward a more sustainable future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have finished all the teams for today. Let's give the teams a big round of applause. Thank you to all the teams present here with us or those who have joined us virtually. You have done an incredible job with your presentations. سيداتي وسادتي، وصلنا لختام العروض التقديمية لهذا اليوم. شكرا لكل الفرق المشاركة حضوريا وافتراضيا. لقد قمتم بعمل رائع في عروضكم التقديمية. We will now take a lunch break of 30 minutes while the final scores are being tallied, and then we will start the closing ceremony. We request you to return exactly at 2:20 when we will announce the results and the winners. سنأخذ الآن استراحة الغداء مدتها 30 دقيقة لحساب النتائج النهائية، وبعد ذلك سنبدأ الحفل الختامي. نرجو منكم العودة في تمام الساعة 22 دقيقة حيث سنعلن عن النتائج والفائزين. شكرا. Welcome back, everyone. I trust you had a rejuvenating break. Before we dive into the much anticipated awarding ceremony, can I please request everyone to join me on stage for a group photo? Group photo.
Can I request everyone to make it quick? Can I request everyone? Stand with them up. Ahmed. Ahmed.
Can everyone please come sit closer? Okay, okay. While we just wait for the final calculations and awarding preparations on the scoring, I invite you all to scan this QR code to participate in an interactive and live feedback form. After the winners are announced, all the team scores will be displayed on the screen. أدعوكم جميعا إلى مسح رمز الاستجابة السريعة للمشاركة في نموذج تعليقات تفاعلي ومباشر. بعد الإعلان عن الفائزين سيتم عرض جميع نتائج الفرق على الشاشة.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope all of you had lunch and you are ready, active. I know all of you are excited to get your scores and see who the winners are. But of course, all of you are winners. All of you came and presented. But before that, we would like to get feedback from you. That's the way we calculate, and we need statistics. All of you brought statistics, so this is our statistics. And we strive to improve every year based on this feedback. All right, so everyone please scan the code. If you're not able to scan, you can go to your browser and go to menti.com and enter the code 83036001. All right, everyone logged in? Raise your hands. Yes? You know, if you are on the page with the logo, then you can stay there. It's just waiting for everyone to log in. All right, so it should show this page. Everyone is on this page? All right, now we will go one by one, all right? Live feedback. All right, if when I go into the next question, if you still haven't logged in, the code is above on top of the screen, menti.com 83036001. All right, so let's start with the first question. All right. So what's the gender composition of our audience today? All right, so yesterday also we had more female than men, so more female or women are coming into the STEM field in the competitions. All right, wonderful, 44 of you are. So there should be about 78, 79 people should be actually answering. Where is everyone else? All right. All right, brilliant. Thank you. Let's go to the next question. All right. Please rate the following aspects of the program. Whether the event was well planned and organized, the topics chosen were of relevance and of interest. So you had a topic about cosmetics today. Was it important? You can look at all 4 of the topics and see whether it was relevant and of interest and whether the event was well planned and organized. So only 30 of you have, okay, 50, all right, 3.8 and 4.0. Thank you. Let's go to the next question. So what motivated you to participate? You can choose multiple, but to drive change, to learn, to network, career advancement, and building on your skills. So keep that in mind. It'll be relevant for the next question, all right? So majority of you are saying to build on your skills. And second, you're saying career advancement and to learn. I'm sure all of you learn from each other. A lot of new statistics and figures brought by the different teams. And I hope you learn from each other. So majority of you said building on your skills. So keep that in mind. All right. So now, based on the motivation to participate, right? What aspects of the event helped you achieve this goal? Those you said you want to build on your skills. Now the event is over. What helped you achieve this? So networking, passion, audience, all right. New information, all right. Some of your engineers, okay. Everything, all right. To socialize and talk with large audience, all right. All right. To have new skills and confidence, motivation to change. We'll know who is answering which ones, all right. All right. And we will share with all your professors, all right. To increase their speaking skills, all right. Learn more, new skills, detailed guidelines, and all of you came on stage. All of you came on stage in front of a large audience and presented. That itself is very good. All of you had wonderful research, and your presentations were very unique, and it was very informative. You had to capture the audience attention. Those are all skills which are important. All right, thank you. Let's go to the next question. What was your takeaway from today's event experience? So what did you learn? So you listened a lot. I hope you were listening to the other students, not only practicing. So what was your takeaway? Experience. All right. Fanta, please, all of you are university students. You have to take this seriously. All right? You have to take this seriously. All right, confidence. Sustainability starts from home. All right, advancement in speaking skills. All right, some of you said it might be fun to speak. Public speaking, different ideas, ways of experiencing and expressing. All right, confidence, new ideas. Thank you. All right, Gen Zs, who is Gen Z here? Whoever is writing 67, please do come on stage. I will introduce you to some little kids. All right. All right. Let's go to the next question. All right. Okay. Next. Thank you. Let's go. All right. Now, this is very important. Please suggest 2 topics which we can do for next year. So every year take this. So think of 2 possible. Now COP is going on. There are lots and lots of discussions. I hope all of you are following. You can see, tell me what, all right. Guys, the feedback is different. This is topic, all right. Food waste, greenwashing, AI, medical sustainability. So pesticides, so environmental issues I suggest, then food, international collaborations or solutions. All right. All right, health, food waste, a lot of you are saying food, circular economy, global environment, all right, AI, all right, global environment, anything new? So everyone is saying AI. So I think no one is following COP28 here, right? No, COP30 now it is happening. They're talking about indigenous rights. All right, so none of you wrote that. You should follow the global news, everyone. Okay, let's go to the next one. Are you familiar with EEG's programs? Just a yes or no. All right, so other than the inter-college, we have various other programs. So we have afforestation programs, etc. So 24 of you said yes, and 28 said no. It's almost 50, 27, 29. All right, yesterday was also about 50-50. You can always go and check which all of our programs. That'll help you. That comes to our last final question. Would you be interested in interning with EEG for developing your skills? So for university students, undergraduate students, we do provide internships. We had interns from all across the world. We had interns from Nigeria and different other parts of the world. So we always accept interns. So if you are interested, please, so 39 of you said yes, yes. Send us an email that you would like to be an intern with EEG, and then we will give you more information, or you can ask the front desk. All right. Thank you, everyone. Now I think everyone is excited for the scores. Yes? Yes? Should I delay more? Okay. Okay. Thank you, everyone. All right, so I will pass the mic to Ahmed.
Now, the moment we've eagerly awaited has arrived. The results are in. Before we unveil the champions, let's acknowledge and congratulate all the participating teams for their commendable efforts. Each presentation added immense value. We will begin by announcing the runners-up and the victorious 3 teams in today's topic. I'm delighted to invite Engineer Rida and the esteemed members of the jury panel to join us on stage to present the trophies to our deserving winners. سنبدأ بالإعلان عن الفائزين الثلاثة في موضوعنا اليوم. يسعدني أن أدعو المهندس رضا وأعضاء لجنة التحكيم الموقرين للانضمام إلينا على المسرح لتقديم الدروع للفرق الفائزة. Let us find out the winners for today's topic, cosmetics and clothes, the environmental and socio-economic footprint. The second runner-up. Any guesses? All right. So the second runner-up is the team from Qatar University. The first runner-up. Any guesses? Any guesses? No guesses. All right. The first runner-up is the team from King Abdulaziz University. After the winner is announced, please do not leave as your scores will be shown on the screen. Okay. And finally, the winner for the first topic. Let's do a countdown. From 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sahara University. just say this? May I invite all the winning teams on the stage, please?
All the 3 winning universities, please come onto the stage. We'll have a group photo. And students, after that, we will be displaying all of your scores. All right, the 3 winners, please come on the stage for a group photo. Judges, please do stay back. All right. 3 teams together. All right. I'll announce now they have to come back on the 4th day. That's okay. Yeah. Okay. So the 3 winners, you have to come back on the 4th day, as you might be one of the overall winners. All right. But let me take a photo.
Yeah, give me your phone. No, my phone doesn't give me the photos.
All right. Just one photo for the phone. All right. So let's